Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome you to our conference, Executives Meet Academics, the new economy in times of global turbulence. Before I tell you a little bit more about today's agenda, I would like to invite Rector of our university, Professor Maciej Żukowski, to open the conference. And just one more additional information, this conference is recorded. So just that you know that your questions, discussions will be recorded. And now I would like to welcome Professor Maciej Żukowski.
Good morning, everyone, both those of you present here as well as those who participate in this conference online. I'd like to welcome you very, very warmly at this conference. It is a pleasure and honor for me. With a sense of social responsibility, we conduct innovative research and educate leaders of the future. That is our mission of the Poznań University of Economics and Business, educating leaders of the future. For a business university, it is absolutely crucial to do it with the current leaders, especially from business. We have been doing that for now 96 years. It started in 1926 when the Wyższa Szkoła Handlowa College of Commerce was established by the local entrepreneurs. At that time, the school educated leaders mainly for local businesses. At present, the scope of our university, PUEB, and our ambition of our activities have become much wider than local businesses only. Now, we aim at educating leaders also for international businesses in the global economy. And that is why the idea of executives in residence has emerged. My colleague and then the professors will tell a little bit more about the idea. At that moment, I would like only to thank for this initiative. I'd like to thank the president of the University Council, because this was an idea who emerged from the University Council. I'd like to thank Vice Rector Maciej Szymczak, Piotr Trąbczyński, and Piotr Trąbczyński, Milena, and all the people, all the persons involved in this idea. But especially, of course, I'd like to thank the 4 highly ranked executives who have agreed to become our first executives in residence: Gary Evans, Jim Link, Jacek Pastuszka, and Leszek Tasiemski. It is an honor and pleasure for us. Thank you very, very much. I wish you all satisfaction with this new program, and for today, an interesting and an inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Vice Rector, Professor Maciej Szymczak, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, following Rector, I would like to give you all a very, very warm welcome. I welcome you all the more since this is a very special event. It's not just another conference. We organize a lot of them with a welcome return to in-person meetings and events. And each of them has an interesting title. as always, and is devoted to an interesting and important and a topical issue. But this one is something special. This one is something new. With this event, we are inaugurating a brand new initiative at PUEB, at the university, an initiative that is called Executives in Residence. It opens a new level of cooperation. Okay, we believe it opens a new level of cooperation with high-profile executives, high-profile managers, international managers, which are deeply involved in the life of a university in many different areas, different activities, sharing their broad expertise, experience, and remarkable insights with us. Not everyone knows that the idea of this initiative comes from Dariusz Kucz. Dariusz Kucz is the originator of this initiative. It is head of our university council, who is certainly watching us right now remotely. Hello, Dariusz. Hello, Darek. My best regards go to you at the moment.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. And today we are starting this initiative with 4 magnificent executives, our friends, if I may say so. Here they are. Well, there they are, because some of them are only online, unfortunately. Gary Evans, Jim Link, Jacek Pastuszka, and Leszek Tasiemski. Thank you. I'm really deeply proud to have you here with us, and thank you for getting involved. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jacek. Thank you, Leszek, and welcome on board. And I wish you all to have a great time with us today and enjoy. Thank you.
Okay. So today's conference is the effect of cooperation. Like, we do cooperate at this university a lot. So this is the effect of cooperation between 2 initiatives held at our university. Firstly, it is financed by the Regional Initiative for Excellence, the program of the Minister of Education and Science. Thanks to this program, we have conducted at the university many research projects concerning the new economy. And I am Milena Ratajczak-Mrozek, as I have not introduced myself yet. I am responsible at in this initiative for the area of management. Secondly, as you already know, the conference promotes a new initiatives that is the Executives in Residence. And this initiative is coordinated by Piotr Trąbczyński. And I think we all are aware of all the challenges that the new economy has raised for the organizations, the technological transition, the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, just to name a few. And these challenges have raised many questions about the resilience of companies, about the methods, how to approach these challenges. And exactly today, we want to discuss all these methods and all these approaches to the challenges. We have invited top-level managers with many years of experience in international corporations, as well as our university researchers conducting research under the Regional Initiative for Excellence projects concerning the impact of new technologies on business operations. During the conference, on our agenda, we have 4 interesting presentations concerning technology and companies' resilience, harnessing organizational potential. learning from disruptions, and leadership competencies amidst the time of challenges. We will also have a debate between managers and researchers from our university on corporate growth in times of global discontinuity. Of course, we will also have coffee break and lunch break. You are all invited to take part in it. This is the benefit if you are here with us on site and not online. This will be served on the higher floor in front of the university's aula. I am convinced that this will be interesting time for all of us, and I wish you very fruitful discussions today. And now I would like to invite you to the first presentation for today. Presentation by Leszek Tasiemski, the Vice President at WizSecure. He is an R&D specialist in a high-tech company, knowing everything or almost everything about current trends in the field of IT, security, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Leszek, the floor is yours.
Make sure I don't run it. Very good morning. Thank you for such a warm invitation. Like, I hope I can make it up to the expectations. So my name is Leszek Tasiemski. I work at WizSecure. We are a global company with headquarters in Finland, in Helsinki, and we work in cybersecurity. So we are very close to all the black swans and other events. May I ask to progress the slide? Okay, thank you. So black swans, the term popularized by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Black swans are characterized about being very rare but high impact events, like natural disasters, big crises, wars, and they are supposed to be very rare. Now, it seems that pretty much every month we have something like a black swan. So I think we need to up the bar for something to become real black swan. What is it now like? Nuclear disaster? What would it be? So something that would have been a black swan a couple of years ago, now isn't. It's just another breaking news that stands for a couple of days and nothing more. Why does it matter for the companies? It's because of the business continuity planning. So companies like mine and most of the bigger companies, they plan for various kinds of unexpected disasters. Like 1 year ago, we would never plan for an event of like country-wide blackout. We wouldn't plan for an opportunity, okay, the internet doesn't work anymore because the cables are cut in the ocean. Now we have to do it. So that's just an example of how different the world has become. Now, because of my work, I read a lot about intelligence, artificial intelligence, how cognition works. I try to get inspired by how human intelligence works to implement the same in the world of technology. Among all of the things that I have read, there is one sentence that really stuck with me. Is the definition of intelligence. It basically says that intelligent behavior is maximizing your options. It's keeping your options open all the time. What it means for the organizations? I think especially now, what is important is that an intelligent organization, an intelligent company maximizes the amount of options open so that whatever happens, we have a choice. We are not set forever with one course. Now, because the topic of resilience is really big, I would like to discuss several dimensions of resilience in 3 points of time. One is beginning of 2020, when the COVID started. And remember, back then we didn't know how it's going to be. Then the other point of time is beginning of this year, Russia's invasion on Ukraine. And the third perspective is actually the one that is starting right now. Recession, crisis, whatever it's called, but like all the alarm bells are ringing right now. So it's also something that is in the making and something that also impacts decision-making on the company level. So what would be the dimensions of agility? The most obvious one is humans. So if we go back to 2020, it was early March. As one of the first companies in Poznań, I decided, okay, everybody pack your laptops, go home. Take your laptops, take your screens. If you need a chair, take a chair from the office, go home. And I don't want to see you back at the office before the end of March. As you can see from this email, we communicated end of March. However, already then we knew that it's going to last at least 3 months. But what we didn't know is that people will never come to the office again. At least not in the form as it was before. So now fast forward 3 years, we still have offices. We turn up at the offices, we are there, but pretty much nobody is working there 5 days a week. It's just it didn't happen, and I'm not expecting it to happen ever again. The second perspective, second point of time, well, February to April 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. So what we did, what you can see here, of course, we rushed to help. And like, of course, the causes were noble, but also it was our way of coping with the situation, because we're all afraid, we're all scared. And one of the ways, like psychologically, to cope with the situation is to do something, because then at least you feel better, at least you can cope, you feel psychologically better. So that was also kind of healing for the whole organization. And why I'm mentioning this on a business conference, because it was widely supported by our LT, like the global LT of the company. So whatever was needed in Poznań, from Poznań perspective to help out, it was supported, because everybody understood how important moment it is and how important it is for people working for the company in Poznań, in Poland, to do something. What is not visible here on the slide, but was extremely important for us, we are a global company. So we employ people from Ukraine, we employ people from Russia. In some cases, Ukrainians were reporting to Russians, Russians were reporting to Ukrainians. We're scared, okay, what does it mean? Like how human interactions will look like. Remember, we are now several months later, but it was just happening right there and right then. People behaved wonderfully, there were no issues. However, we were scared and we were proactively trying, okay, how do we take care of the people? And how also not to forget, some of our Russian colleagues were also suffering because their country became like a bandit state, right? They didn't support it by no means, but they felt the stigma. And we are here, end of November 2022. That screenshot was made Friday. That's a layoff tracker. So actually there is a thing, there is a page online that shows you, okay, what's the dynamics of layoffs in the high-tech sector. You can see clear trend, even if you discount for what Elon Musk is doing with Twitter right now, is still significant. So why does it matter? Because the last years were a boom of pretty much free and freely available capital. All the startups were mushrooming around. Everybody wanted developers, everybody wanted high-tech people. We still want them. But what happened is that the salary requirements of high-tech experts just skyrocketed, literally. And it was the market, the employee-employer market was clearly out of balance in favor of the employee, which of course most of us benefited from. However, what is interesting, it was in a matter of a couple of weeks, pretty much the whole planet shifted from aggressively and like super aggressively hiring of the tech talent into freezing or firing. Why is it? Because we are all foreseeing, okay, there is trouble ahead. We have inflation, we have rising cost of capital. Venture capitals, we are a stock listed company, so we don't rely on venture capital. However, venture capitalists are now expecting some returns, so they don't want to just inject money, inject cash into the businesses that might fail. They want to see some results. So we see like a very dramatic change in the employee market. Unfortunately, now when we have full pipelines of candidates, we are also very careful not to gain too much weight before the storm, because everybody in the market is expecting the storm. So like as we've secured, we are also becoming careful, and we are becoming careful not to now it's a good opportunity to hire the talent that we so desperately need. But we don't want to be in a situation that in 3 months' time, we need to choose, who is not with us anymore. So this kind of choices are happening right now. But we are on the safe side. We are just careful not to gain too much weight. Now the legal aspect, because all the big events that are happening are also influencing the legal ecosystem. So of course we have GDPR, that's long forgotten. However, we have, when the war started, we have sanctions and we have export controls. Like export controls were there all the time. Because we are dealing with cybersecurity software, it's a dual-use software, which means that it can be used for both defensive and offensive purposes, which means that it's treated as a weapon, basically. So in some economies, in some regions of the world, we need to be very, very careful. How do we sell and where do we sell? Because the consequences are very serious. So we need to be constantly on our toes. There are sanctions as well. So if we have a subcontractor in Russia, and when the war started, then you need to consider, you need to just rapidly withdraw from that. And then even if you don't want to withdraw, how do you make the payments? Because the banks are not operating in the way they were operating before. So that's another thing. And I will talk about this more in a couple of minutes, but just wanted to highlight here that now the governments are starting to influence also the location of the data. So that's a new trend. Like here you can see an example, like France is not happy with the schools using Microsoft Teams, so Microsoft 365 ecosystem or Google Workspace because of the privacy issues. Market conditions. If you look at 2020, 2021, it was the era of free money. Like basically, if you had a good business idea, it doesn't have to be good. Any business idea with some buzzwords like blockchain, AI, cyber, meta, venture capital would basically line up to give you their money. That was the situation. It was abundance of capital, abundance of cash in the market. Also, the governments helped out in the situation because of the COVID. There were lots of packages that just injected cash into the market. So the result, in 2021, there was a world record of M&A volumes for the year. Right now, the rates are up, inflation kicked in, and there is no free cash anymore. There is no cheap money anymore. Venture capitalists, they see that they cannot afford injecting money into some startups that are likely to fail for several years. They want to see some return because of the inflation, because of the interest rates. Now the technology. I'm representing the technology company, so it matters for us a lot. That's first. And by the way, if you see some screenshots from the news headers on my slides, they are very fresh. Like most of them are from November and October. That's also an example of how quick pace we have of things happening. Like a couple of years ago, to prepare such a presentation, I would need to grab headlines from maybe the whole year or a couple of years. Now it's basically the last 2 months and see how much has happened. So that's the message from the news from Saturday. United States banned Huawei and ZTE from selling networking equipment in the country because of the cybersecurity fears. What else do we have? We have the long-standing US and China chip war. So United States is trying to prevent China from, well, not preventing, but like minimize the monopoly of China when it comes to semiconductor industry and chip, like processor production. They're investing billions in building chip factories in the US. It will take years. But what we're all forgetting when discussing about all this reliance of the countries and economy on like chips or software, we usually, no matter what we do, we're most likely using American built operating system on top of Chinese manufactured hardware. That's what it is. Regardless if you're using Mac or you're using Intel, it's built in China. And then most likely it's running some American operating system. That's where we are. Now, a very interesting twist, and that's something that that I already mentioned. More and more countries are becoming interested where the data is actually stored. So imagine the internet, and for those of you who are familiar with how internet works, it doesn't understand the concept of country. Doesn't exist. It's just a route. It's just a path. So basically every packet, now we are streaming that. Basically every packet of those millions of packets that are used for streaming this conference can be routed in different ways. So that's how internet works. It doesn't care about the nationality. It cares about the shortest routes of the packet. So you need to really work against the protocol. You need to work against the whole idea of the network to make it understand the geographical borders. So far, China is the only country who roughly managed to isolate the internet, to geo-fence the internet. So the famous Chinese firewall, it's quite effective. It's still leaky. You can bypass it, but it's very effective. But that's the only country who managed to do it. But now we can see that more and more countries, also in Europe, like Sweden is a good example. Probably not many of you have heard about Sweden requiring the data to be processed in their own country. So they're not happy if we are sending the data, even in encrypted form, to Ireland, for example, Ireland, to process there. It's not okay. It has to stay in the country. So we have more and more considerations like that. And also the considerations are now, okay, what if we are at some point not friends with the US anymore? That's interesting. That's also being considered right now. And not by us as WeaveSecure, but like by the industry. This year we conducted our own study. So now this is the result of our own study. I think we surveyed 2,000 of decision makers and buyers in the cybersecurity industry. 3/4 of them have some data residency requirements. It doesn't have to be so strict, okay, it stays in the country, but there is some limitation where the data actually goes. And if you think about this, it actually goes diagonally to what the cloud has to offer, because one of the big benefits of the cloud is that you can have redundant copies in several locations. So if one of them is offline, you can just bring it up in another part of the world and just keep going. So that's interesting also from that point of view, that we are limiting our options. We are limiting the best that cloud can give us for some geopolitical reasons. Now, another perspective, I promise to be practical. So we are a cybersecurity company with the headquarters in Finland, in Helsinki. So soon after the war began in Ukraine, Finland and Sweden applied for NATO membership, which is a great thing, completely opposite to what Putin hoped for, but that's the outcome. But what it means, apart from, of course, like strengthening the security of the bloc, apart from suddenly Finland's 1,300 kilometers of border with Russia, like that's an interesting fact. For those of you who don't have much to do with Finland, you might not know that Finland has 1,300 kilometers of border with Russia. It's a lot. So they have very good reasons to join the bloc. But also, what is important to realize is that what Finland is bringing to the bloc, what Finland is bringing to the NATO, is not the artillery. It's not the like old school military power. It's the technology. It's cybersecurity. That's what Finland brings to the pact. But also, what it means is that immediately, like I mean immediately from day one since the application, because we are one of the few companies that do cybersecurity in Finland, and the biggest one, we started to see some activity, you may say, in forms of various attacks. I cannot go into details, but like we see some activity. So that's also an interesting factor. Okay, like now how the government decisions affect companies like ours, because suddenly we have to buckle up and prepare for some interesting situations. So that's another very practical, very business operational effect of what is happening in the planet. Another interesting aspect, and that didn't happen before, is the sabotage. So, of course, we have all seen like somebody exploded the Nord Stream pipelines in the Baltic Sea. That was very spectacular. But probably not many of you noticed the other news that I have here on the slide, that more and more often the fiber optic cables are being cut. And that doesn't happen by accident. Like it's not like some excavator accidentally did that. Somebody did it on purpose. Of course, you need to cut quite a lot of cable or cut them in the right places to really disrupt the internet, but it is possible. So there is like literally a couple of those big fiber optic cables that go on the floor of the ocean. And if you cut a couple of those, no Facebook. So now what we need to be prepared, and again, like 2 years ago, even 1 year ago, if I showed you this slide, you would say, okay, hey, come on, you don't need to worry about such things. Now we are worrying about such things. And we're thinking, okay, like if there's no internet anymore, like how do we access our cloud data center? So even if the cloud data center, somewhere in Asia, for example, survived whatever happens, we need to access it somehow. We need to operate it somehow. Okay, can we get Starlink? Okay, how many Starlinks can we get? How quickly can we get them as a backup? Because like we cannot even rely on some 4G or 5G connectivity, because that gets connected to the same fiber optic cables that run on the floor of the ocean. 5G doesn't work across the ocean. So you need satellite for that. How difficult for Russia would it be to disturb satellite network? Okay, we have several thousands of those Starlink satellites on the orbit, so it's not practical to shoot them down because they're too small and it will be too expensive and too complicated. They might try to jam it. Okay, but can you jam it? Like, okay, I'm getting too technical, but you know where I'm getting. So we are kind of trying to prepare for more and more impossible scenarios, but we have to do it for real this time. Another interesting aspect is that we are seeing more and more cyber attacks that are not motivated by financial or intellectual property gain. So the fact that the hackers were stealing money or stealing intellectual property, that happened like for many, many years. But what we are now seeing is just like this pure harassment style of attacks. And by the way, whenever you are seeing, okay, we are seeing this extremely sophisticated cyber attack, it's most like a basic DDoS attack. So how it works, you just hire or rent like thousands of botnets, and then you tell them, okay, please try to connect as often as possible to this European Parliament webpage. And then obviously it goes down, but like it's a digital equivalent of throwing a brick in the window. It doesn't steal any data, it just disturbs the operations for some time, but still it happens more and more often. And what is interesting is that there are such groups that call themselves, okay, we are the hacktivists. So we are just activists, not non-state sponsored, and we are doing that because we love our country. There are analyses that link those groups directly to the GRU, which is the military intelligence unit of the Russian state. So they are kind of masquerading, okay, like we are just teenagers, we fight for our country. That's not true. This is directly linked to the military intelligence. And quite often when we talk about cybersecurity, it's usually about, okay, US is accusing China about stealing some intellectual property, or then Russia is doing something. Like this is the usual headlines. But remember that it's not only that. So this year, there was several stories about Iran conducting cyber operations against Albania. And there were some serious diplomatic rows between the countries that started with cyber operations. So it's not on those big lines of the superpowers, but it's also on the smaller scale. So it's happening basically everybody against everybody. So moving on, those were the dimensions of resilience. I tried to stick to the three like points of time. So the beginning of pandemics, then the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and now the beginning of, like, hopefully not too deep, but like still most likely we have some crisis ahead of us. What is important to remember? The normal life for the company goes on. So while we have to deal with COVID, we have to deal with whatever is the outcome of the war, and now we have to prepare for the crisis. The normal operations continue. So in that time, this year we split the company. So we conducted a demerger. We have the company that is 32 years old, and we split them in half. So instead of one stock listed company, we have now two stock listed companies. All the technology that was built for synergies for 30 years now have to be split. There is separate B2B and B2C company. Now imagine how a huge operation it is. It's still not over. That's why I'm here under WithSecure brand, not F-Secure, because F-Secure is the B2C company. But it's a huge operation. And now you have to do it on top of everything else, on top of the war, on top of the crisis that is coming, on top of still COVID, and like trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to work in the future? So remember, like we cannot only focus on the black swans. We cannot only focus, okay, like we're the fire brigade, and when something big happens, then only we work. The normal life happens all the time. So now how technology can help us with becoming more resilient as a company? Again, people and workforce. So the big question right now, do we even need offices? Probably we do, but do we need to have that many offices? Do we need to have permanent desk for everyone? We know that we don't. So what happened in 2020 when we sent people home? We didn't have to implement any new systems. Like hybrid work was already kind of normal. What was not normal is that we asked everybody to work from home at the same time. So obviously what happened, our VPN had some hardships. So we had to simply beef it up. We had to add some hardware. We had to buy some bigger network connection. And within a couple of days, it was just working normally. But all the systems, all the communication lines, collaboration tools were already there. What more? We even had fully remote and fully like over the internet access to mental health support. So we have a company that can provide mental health support across the whole globe in your local language. So that we could also roll out very, very quickly in the beginning because of the pandemics, then because of the war, and it's still available and it's still widely used. I used it myself and it worked very well. And it's very accessible, and it's like pretty much zero time and zero effort to engage that. The big obstacle, and I think that we're one of the companies that is really scratching our heads, okay, how do we handle and how do we combine now the fully hybrid or even increasingly remote style of work with maintaining the company culture? Because eventually, if we don't focus on the organizational culture, on, okay, why are we here? Is it only the money? Then you are in the situation that people are not at all attached with the company. They don't care whom they work for. Because to make you care for whom you work for, you need to know the people, you need to know the mission, you need to identify yourself with the mission. So that's a challenge. I don't think we captured that yet. Okay, how do we work on the culture when people are simply sitting at homes? So we have very difficult way to access them. And one more thing related to working from home is the supply chain attacks. Supply chain attack means that you are not attacking directly the entity, but you are attacking a supplier of the entity. Especially in the world of software, high technology, telecommunications, it's a very efficient way. If any of you remember, it was now feels like ages ago, but it was last year, there was this SolarWinds attack. So SolarWinds is a piece of software that lets you manage IT infrastructure. So it doesn't do anything else. It lets your IT people manage IT infrastructure. But then SolarWinds tends to be used by companies like Bain, by organizations like Department of State, etc. So if you want to attack Bain and Department of State, you attack SolarWinds. You implant SolarWinds agent, and then you get free access, because like if your software is managing the IT, then it has access to everything, right? Because otherwise you cannot manage it. And that's exactly how this SolarWinds attack happened. So those supply chain attacks are now increasingly possible as we go to the cloud, as we're using collaboration tools, as we are using more and more software as a service, like Salesforce, like Workday, and like all of those new applications. It's a real risk, and it's a real problem for people who want to make sure that the data is secure. When it comes to data processing and connectivity, I mentioned already about the satellite backups and the cable cuts in the ocean. But what we have done as a company, a couple of years ago, we had several data centers. We owned thousands of physical servers. So we had tens and tens of racks with our own servers, our own whatever, network equipment. We made a decision, okay, we don't want to maintain our hardware. We want to move to the public cloud. It took us several years to get there and to do it properly. So not to just forklift the workloads from the servers, but actually re-implement stuff so that it's cloud native. So that's how we call it. If you're not just pretending that the cloud is another data center, but you're using the best that the cloud can get you. It resulted in very depressing views. So we had truckloads of unused, like not needed anymore, very sophisticated computing hardware, like those very expensive network equipment, very expensive hardware like servers, disk matrix. It was just like truckloads. It looked like a trash, like literally like a trash, even though it was worth millions. But what we have right now, we barely have any physical servers. We have some that need to be there, but like it's just a handful of them. We have thousands of assets in the cloud, in various clouds and in various locations. What it means and why we have done it, it's not cheaper. We are getting billions of millions every month from those. So it's extremely expensive, but what it gives us is flexibility. So if we get a big deal tomorrow and I have 2 days to double up our processing capability, no problem. It's just a couple of scripts and it will happen. In many cases, it will happen automatically. So as the load increases, the kind of so-called auto-scaling kicks in, so it automatically boots new instances or whatever is needed to handle the load. And then when it's not needed anymore, it ramps down. So that's the flexibility. Also, if we get into real crisis and I'm requested by our board of directors, okay, hey, Leszek, we need to cut the bill from those millions into 100K a month. Okay, 1 day and it's done. We can do it just like that. Of course, with the cost, we will need to ramp down our operations, but it's possible. In the old world, we would stay with all those data center contracts for several months or years. We would have truckloads of trash, like this hardware, those servers that we wouldn't know what to do. So remember, it works both ways. You can immediately ramp up and you can immediately ramp down if needed. So the flexibility is the benefit. It's not the cost. It's actually pretty expensive. Moving on, it's not only about the agility of scaling up and down. One of the things that was mentioned in the context of the crisis in Ukraine, but it was mostly mentioned in the industry of cybersecurity, is that cloud computing was what saved Ukraine from a total disaster when it comes to data. So I think it was AWS or Amazon's cloud and Microsoft who were teaming up and trying to help Ukraine to shift as quickly as possible to the cloud. So then no matter which data centers were bombed, what kind of infrastructure were destroyed by the attackers, the data was very, very safe in several locations across the globe. And literally, what is possible right now, and I'm not here to sell you the cloud, like, but it's a great thing when it comes to resilience, because what I could do is to have a hot standby copy of my whole infrastructure in several locations, in basically all continents. And then whatever happens, I can just switch, or it can automatically switch, or it can load balance to the ones that is available, cheaper. The data will be synchronized anyway. So that's resilience. And then if not now, again, business continuity planning 2022. So if somebody fires a rocket in our data center, which in the old times would have been a disaster and we wouldn't be ready for that. Now, okay, no problem. You bomb that data center, we have another one. That's what we have to plan for, unfortunately. Now, the most boring slide I have, but I would really like to cover it. So when it comes to cybersecurity and how to handle cybersecurity, there's a NIST framework. NIST is the US organization that handles the standards. So they came up with the framework that is widely adopted by the cybersecurity industry, and it comes with 5 stages. So it's identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. What is the most important is to identify, because you cannot really protect what you don't know. You would be surprised how difficult for bigger companies is to understand even what they have. Like if I asked whomever is responsible for the IT of this university, okay, how many laptops do you have? Those are around a couple of thousands. Nobody can give you an exact number. Okay, how many email accounts you have? Well, maybe that would be exact number because you can check that in the system. How many servers you have? How many AWS accounts you have? How many Azure accounts you have? How many assets you have there? It's extremely complex to understand. And even if we add the shadow IT, so, okay, somebody needed something, so they took like the credit card and bought something on the internet, and then we have access to something else, it just increases the risk. So actually, there are some methodologies that let you identify, just like the law enforcement does it, follow the money. So apparently, the easiest way to identify what is being used in the company is to check the invoices, because then you eventually want to expense what you have bought. So if there is no other way to track down all those mailing systems that marketing bought and then follow the money and check the invoices. But it's extremely, extremely difficult to understand what you even have. And you cannot protect if you're not aware what you have. So that's the first step. The other is protect. So protection means that, okay, that's your standard antivirus, that's your standard firewall. So it tries to stop the attack before it happens, which again is important, and it can probably stop like 80–90% of the stuff. But whatever it remains, and especially if we talk about the state level actors, like we call them APT, so advanced persistent threats. So basically like GRU type of guys or NSA type of guys. They will not be stopped by your typical protect mechanism. So you need to detect the activity. So then what we do, we look at the telemetry. You have to look at, okay, what is happening? What's the behavior? And then you detect, okay, we have an intruder in the system, which brings us to the next one, which is respond. And we can respond to the level that we can play with the attacker. So we don't need to, like pulling the plug is something that is a natural instinct, but it's quite often not the best course of action, because you stop the attacker before you get enough evidence, and then you can destroy the evidence, because sometimes the evidence gets destroyed if you pull the plug. So don't pull the plug. You might disconnect from the network, but don't pull the plug. And then we can play with the attacker. Okay, how do we harass them a little bit? How do we slow them down, or like try to annoy them? Show them something that we want them to see, so that they get misguided and go in a direction that we want to play with them. So we are capable, and the technology lets us do it with the attackers. And the last step is recover. So of course, like you want to make sure that whatever was the entry point, whatever was the access vector, it will not be possible again. Another important thing I wanted to talk about when it comes to resilience is the planetary resilience. Because I think it's easy to agree that, like, even from the company point of view, it's way harder to operate on a planet without a stable society, without a stable climate, where every second week you have some natural disasters on top of all the other disasters that are happening. So we decided that we would like to work on the sustainability in 3 dimensions. One is by contribution to the society. And it's not the typical CSR activity. is about the cybersecurity. So how we can educate the general public how to be more resilient to cyber attacks, how to be more aware. Okay, how do you protect? What are the typical attack vectors? That's in our view very important, and also this is something where we can use our rare skills to really make a difference. So that's where our CSR efforts are going to. I think the most important aspect of sustainability that we can do as a technology company is the efficient processing. I don't know if you were aware, but data processing, I think this year, the cumulative energy consumed by data processing is more than the whole aviation industry. Let it sink for a moment. So us browsing Facebook, doing conferences like that, all the energy usage is bigger than all the aviation, all the planes that are flying over. So that's the scope of optimization that we can have. Of course, one way to optimize it is the backend. Like we are already picking the data centers that run on renewable energy. We try to downscale whenever it's possible. So that's one dimension. But the other, and I think more interesting one, is that we can create more energy efficient source code, because we create source code, we create the software. And for those of you who ever created any algorithm, you know that you can achieve the same outcome of the algorithm in thousands of different ways. And some of them require some unnecessary steps. For example, if you take sorting algorithm, there are plenty of sorting algorithms, and some of them perform very quickly with very little like CPU operations or memory operations, and some of them require much more. In the end, you have exactly the same outcome. You have a sorted list or sorted array. So that's the optimization I'm talking about. So it's about not about removing functionality, but it's about achieving the same functionality with more energy efficient source code. And then lastly, doing what everybody else is doing, so sustainable ways of working, limiting our travel, optimizing our travel, optimizing the energy usage of our offices, all the supply, just the typical stuff. So my time is almost up, and I wanted to sum it up, maybe with just one slide. Try as a company, avoid being a super tanker. I know it's not a super tanker on the slide, I'm aware, but try to avoid being a super tanker because they take a lot of time and effort to change the course. Try to be agile. We figured out that the way, and what we have learned in the past 3 years, is that being able to rapidly answer to the changes and challenges was pivotal to us surviving. And I believe that now, as we have the next challenges ahead, being agile is pivotal to survival. With that, thank you very much. If there are any questions, we have still 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And exactly, I will ruin the technology. Exactly, we have few minutes for questions. So is there any question from here or from online? Yes, there are.
Hey there, Jakub Jasiczak, University Knowledge Transfer Company. It was very interesting. I wrote down my question because it's like a philosophical question about big conclusion of yours. So you said about black swans, and I agree that there is this, spiral wind up that we downplay or ignore right now, all the risks, because there are too many of them. And my worry is that we are giving up. Because if we look at the companies, they are looking for easy solutions to have, a peace of mind, like carbon offsets in net zero policies, or like this cynicism in Qatar we have right now. If you look at consumers, us, we are satisfied with facade solutions, like we buy new clothes just because they are, they have recycled plastics. And my question to you, because you represent tech company, how technology can help to fight together, I mean, business and academia as us, more effectively for a responsible economy? Because I don't see any solutions, and I don't see any directions from the big business how to do it together in a more effective way.
Wow, that's a big question.
It is, sorry.
I would say there are two immediate thoughts in my head. One is, of course, we can make it more visible. So what we can do with technology, we get excellent reach. So to be more exact, what we can do, and that's one of the things that I have on my roadmap, because of this energy efficiency of the software that we produce, we can have a different set of settings. So I want to make it visible to the users, okay, what's the energy impact of the set of settings that they have configured? So you can basically, you almost have like have a slider, like extreme security, and then extreme energy efficiency and everything in between. So you can make it visible, but it's a small scale. On a bigger scale, what is happening right now is the pressure from the investors. Like we're a stock listed company, and we are being asked by our investors, like investment funds, capital banks, okay, what are you doing about sustainability? What are your goals? What is your strategy? So we get that pressure. It's not entirely organic. And also, what is heartwarming, we are getting that pressure from our own employees. So now it's like, again, it's some hardship ahead, so probably the bar will be lowered. But a couple of months ago, it wasn't unusual if you get a job interview to, okay, hey, what are your values? What do you believe for as a company? What's your approach to sustainability? What is your mission? Like 10 years ago, we didn't get such questions on the job interview. So, but I would say that the influence and the pressure from the investors is something that can be really efficient.
What about the academia? How we can be helpful for you in this process?
You can provide us with facts, because we, as a business, we are running too fast to gather facts, to run models, to understand the bigger picture. So what we can get from academia is to kind of, well, not run the numbers for us, but like understand, okay, what are the bigger mechanisms? What are the trends? Because we don't even have that data. Like, I believe academia has way better access to the data, way more understanding of the models, so that we don't get false conclusions because we simply don't know enough about statistics, for example. That can happen in business. So I would see here the role of academia.
Thank you. We have still time. I saw second hand raised. Do we have a question?
Yes.
Yes.
I will go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was very insightful. I have a question, not mostly about the presentation, but rather about reflecting your personal experience. What's the sweet spot between business and ethics? What is the sweet spot between someone who's really coming with a more or less ethical agenda and this business/investor world that we are suffering from? Because we have this investor who are mostly focusing on the money side, and we have also the founders who are trying to come with more or less an ethical agenda, but failing to achieve it. So according to your experience, how do you find the sweet spot among all of this, all within this realm? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So my industry and my area is cybersecurity. So I would say there is no sweet spot. You are either playing with the good guys and for a good cause, or you don't care. and we had a serious, just you asked about my personal experience. I remember one personal experience. I have now this flashback, sitting in some sauna in Estonia, like maybe 10 years ago. And we discussed, okay, should we go into the exploit industry? And exploit industry is perfectly legal, but it works like, okay, now you are focusing, and we had those skills. I have those skills right now. You are focusing on finding the vulnerabilities, the holes in the software. And then those holes, if you find a hole in the software, you have 3 choices. One is to just give them to the vendor for free. So then you contact Apple or Microsoft, hey, you have a hole, may I get the t-shirt in return? So that's the most naive way, but that's what I'm doing. Then the other way is to sell that exploit on the normal market. Most of the companies that are buying those exploits are basically front companies for some agencies. That's the fact of life. And then the third way is to sell them underground for even bigger money, but then it's like downright illegal. So what we considered is whether we should go this middle way. So should we just focus on finding those exploits and selling them in legal way? It's perfectly legal business. But then we quickly concluded over several beers that, hey, no, that would be basically, when we understood what it happens, we don't know how it's going to be used, because when you sell it to the front company, you have no idea which side is actually buying that. So we concluded, okay, hey, if we are going to do it, we're basically trading weapons. We don't want to be there. So those are the choices. And especially in cybersecurity, you have plenty of people who have excellent experience, are excellent hackers, but have bad background. We never go for them. But I know that it's not a typical setup. So in many cases, there is more shades of gray. But in my industry, it's either or. It's black or white. There's no gray.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. And now I would like to invite you for short coffee break. The coffee is served upstairs in front of the main university's aula. I will see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning again, and hello to those of you who joined us now after the first session. So I would like to announce briefly what is going to happen now. So we are proceeding with our presentations. Before the lunch break, we will have two presentations, one here on site and the other one will be online. And first of all, I'll give the stage to Mr. Jacek Pastuszka, who will share with you the insights on how to navigate organizations across these difficult times that we've been talking about since this morning. And just to mention that our guest in his last role was Vice President of Carlsberg Group for Western Europe, just to name just the recent of his many experiences, but he will introduce himself in a few moments. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Very good morning. If it is still the morning, it's a great pleasure to be here. The rectors at the beginning of the meeting today raised the bar for us. I can clearly say that Leszek lived up to the expectations. I hope I will do as well. Leszek has finished off his presentation by saying that you should avoid to be a super tanker. Well, sometimes you don't have a choice. I worked for companies for the last 30 years that are super tankers. I worked for the last 12 years for Carlsberg Group. Before that, I worked for Danone, the French multinational. Before that, Procter & Gamble and AIG Financial Services. So I worked for large companies, but I will be talking from the perspective of a manager in a large company, because my presentation about turbulence, about crisis situations and how to deal with them will be very much focused on the human element of it, on the organizational element of it. The title of the presentation, and I will spend 30 minutes, maybe 35, sharing some of the thoughts on a few subjects, and then we'll jump to questions. But the topic, as you can see, is harnessing organizational potential amidst time of challenges, time of turbulence, time of crisis. When we talked about the title of this presentation with Piotr, I shared my concerns about the word harnessing. I have to say I'm not a big fan of it, because it indicates implicitly or that organization is some sort of a wild beast that you have to subdue and subjugate, and this is actually the worst thing you can do with the organization, especially in the turbulent times, especially in the time of crisis. You need to let the organization go, and I will tell you what it means for the managers to let the organization go a little bit at least. So I came up with a slightly different way of describing it. I hope Piotr will accept this subtitle to the presentation, because in the end, in a time of turbulence, in a time of crisis, in a time of disorder, the key is to keep the business afloat, keep the people rowing, keep the people working, keep the people focused on progressing your aim, whatever the aim is, in rough waters. And the waters are getting rougher and rougher. It's almost trivial now to say that the times are getting more and more turbulent, but they are. Some people many years ago say that the times are not more violent, they are just more televised. But it's probably no longer the case. Now, really, the times have become much more turbulent, much more violent. It will not be a crisis management presentation, although for improving your ability to take the best out of the organization in a turbulent times, taking some sort of crisis management course is probably a good idea, because it can teach you a few instincts. So it is not a crisis management course, it's more sharing observations from somebody who had his fair share, maybe above fair share, of turbulent situations to manage. Looks like sometimes that I'm attracting, I was in my 30 years, I was attracting issues, I was attracting problems. I was in dairy business at the time of mad cow disease. I'm not sure how many of you remember mad cow disease, but it was some sort of indication of what pandemia or this type of scare can mean to all of us. Then I was in a financial services company called AIG at the time of Lehman Brothers crisis. Then I was in Russia, responsible for the Russian and Ukrainian business at the same time, 20,000 people in total at the time when Russia invaded or annexed Crimea in 2014. And then I was in charge of the Western European business, as Piotr indicated, at the time when COVID hit the Carlsberg business. And for Carlsberg, it was quite a big thing, because in the beer business, more than half of your profit comes from the on-trade, on-premise sales, so restaurants and bars, which, by the way, as you know, were locked down almost overnight. So yes, I have a bit of experience with managing in turbulent times, and I will try to share some of the observations from this period. Let me start by saying that I will take three angles to it. First, I will talk about manager, the leader in a crisis situation. Second, I will talk about the organization in a crisis situation or in turbulent times. And then I will talk about leadership in general, because one of the good questions that was asked on a different occasion is whether we need to rewrite books on leadership at the time where we have such a massive crisis of leadership, which we are facing right now. So I will get to the subject of leadership if we have time for this. But let me start by manager in the eye of the storm. So you, when you are in charge one day of a smaller or bigger organization, you will be in the eye of the storm and you will be expected to do something. So let me tell you how you will feel and what my recommendation is for dealing with this. First, you will feel unprepared completely. I will talk about it a little bit more in a second. You will feel distracted, confused. The problem is you cannot run away because you are still in charge. So if you are a manager in a turbulent situation, there is no place to escape. People will look at you. And whatever you do or don't do will multiply itself in your organization. So let me start by saying that you will never be ready or fully prepared. So when I talk about these challenges that I have faced or these issues that I had to manage, nothing has prepared me, or very little has prepared me for this situation. Every situation is extremely unique. Yes, there are some things that can be invented. We can come up with some ideas about what new developments can come our way, but most probably it will be something else. I think it's Daniel Kahneman who is famous for saying that the idea that the future is completely unpredictable, because it is undermined every day by the ease with which we are explaining the past. We are extremely skilled. This is how the human brain operates, in explaining to ourselves the past. There are people now who even say they could have predicted the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, or they could have predicted the war situation we are in. It's exactly this ease of explaining to ourselves what happens in the past which blinds us in predicting the future, because we cannot predict what will come next. But it should not, there was a very good question here, should we give up? Yes, should we stop preparing at all? Definitely not. Every single training that you will get along the way, in some small way, will prepare you to deal with the big hit when it finally comes your way. The trainings, I have two really memorable crisis management trainings, from which I have learned that the more painful the training, the more benefit it brings down the road. The painful training I have been through was the simulation during the mad cow disease, the simulation of a food poisoning scare that was conducted by some French company that specializes in crisis management. I have to say it was a 2-day extremely intense, painful training, very useful down the road. I don't remember the training as such, I remember the pain.
And another one was at the late 90s, a long time ago for most of you, but at late 90s, there was a big scare related to the computer systems not operating properly when we moved to the 21st century. And this training was focused primarily on business continuity. How will the business operate when the computers are down? And at that time, we were obviously much less dependent on them than we are today. Some may say that we should go to some of the well-known authors. There is one business writer that probably most of you know very well, which is Peter Drucker. He wrote a book that is more or less the title of this presentation, which is Managing in Turbulent Times. The problem is, and I reread this book recently, the problem is it reads like a fairy tale now, yes? He was definitely not able to predict all the mess we are in right now. Although the first he provided 4 or 5 keys on how to deal with turbulence. And the first one is actually very relevant. I will talk about it later. He talks about organized abandonment. That's the principle number 1 that he proposes, which is simply doing less. Especially if you are a manager of a large organization, you should discipline yourself to do less, to intervene less in how the business is managed on the front line. Another point I would like to raise when you are a manager in a turbulent environment, in a crisis situation, is that most probably you will default to your natural untrained management style. And it's not necessarily a good thing. So another type of training that can help you prepare for the turbulent times in some sort of personality test. We are receiving lots of them, and we are obviously focusing on the wrong things when we analyze them. But the thing that I really encourage you to focus on and try to read a little bit this report that you received from the personality test with a little bit more attention is what is your default approach, what is your default reaction under pressure? Because this will be tested heavily in turbulent times, especially when the crisis hits you. What do you do under pressure? There are 3 standard atavistic, you would say, behaviors: fight, flight, or freeze. So which camp are you in? And it's not a question that you need to answer right now, but just for yourself, just see where you are. Do you usually in a crisis situation, do you freeze? Or do you start fighting, doing too much, or you flight, trying to escape the issue? At the beginning of the COVID crisis, I could see how it works in a very senior management team of Carlsberg at that time. There was one person on the Carlsberg team on the captain's bridge of the super tanker, who was clearly in a sort of denial mode on the whole issue. He had some experience from China, some SARS scare or pandemia experience, which faded away, as you know, or was contained primarily to the Asian region. And this is what influenced very heavily, plus his personality style, influenced very heavily his view on what will happen next. This person was very strongly advocating that COVID will go away very quickly, not a big issue. We should do nothing, just wait it out, and the impact will be very small. He was dramatically wrong, obviously, but the problem with this approach is that it delayed by a few weeks, no more, but it delayed some of the action by the management team of my company at that time. So this natural reaction that you have, this personality style that you have, will significantly influence the decisions that are taken by the business. Another example is, and this one I had a chance to observe from the distance, is how different companies reacted to the Ukrainian war and the obvious need to start boycotting the Russian business. The approach or the reaction to this, in some cases, was delayed, was belated, was slow, was half-hearted. And as you probably noticed, it's only the public opinion the pressure of the public opinion, the pressure of consumers that force the companies to make some important declarations in terms of their business in Russia. Whether they will come true on this is a bit of another story. Another point I would make is that in a crisis situation, when the turbulence, which is never developing linearly, but comes in this big hits that we call crises, when it hits you, the risk is that your whole organization will very much turn to the outside world to try to understand the situation. So this important circle of influence versus circle of concern balance is completely distorted in this environment. So you are focused on things you have no control over. You try to understand the things you have no control over, while not spending enough time on your own stuff, on your own business. Yes, you forget to fly the plane, as they say. Yes, there's lots of evidence that at least a few deadly airplane crashes happened because the pilots were so busy trying to understand what's happening that they forget about fuel usage, and the plane has crashed. They forgot to fly the plane. And as a leader of the business, as a manager of the business, you should not forget to fly the plane. It's unavoidable that we will try to observe the environment, but the risk is that we are all now trying to become, I don't know, cruise missile experts or air defense experts, or we have become experts in the range of missiles, of range of artillery. But in the end, what is really important if you are a leader of a business is to understand the impact of all these things, of the crisis that you are facing on your business and how to react to this crisis. You have to also come to terms with the fact that you will never have complete information. In a moment of crisis, in a moment of increased turbulence that we are facing now, whether more linear or less, you will never manage to collect all the information. Yes, the spectrum of scenarios, and Leszek talked about it, is expanding. Yes, now we start, we open one door forced by one issue, and we see 5 more doors of potential issues, and we can start opening all of them. The point is, and this is what Leszek said as well, you need to manage the business at the same time. Yes, you cannot turn the whole company into the machine for producing another scenarios and how you will deal with these scenarios, because then you will go bonkers. You will not be able to manage the business. So you have to feel comfortable with the fact that you are operating in the environment of ambiguity is not enough to say about this. You are operating in an environment of constant ignorance about what can happen next and what the consequences are of your actions and of your choices. Also, whatever sits on the shelf, whatever you have prepared as some sort of booklet on how you will act when the situation that you scenarioed happens, this booklet will be obsolete by the time that something actually happens. So you will have to rely on what you have on hand right now. You will have to rely on your adaptability, and you will have to rely on your organization. And I will talk about the organization in a second. What you have influence on, however, is how you talk about things. It's a very important point for anybody who is managing an organization in a time of crisis, in a time of turbulence. It's about how you talk about things, both the crises that your business faces and generally the world out there. And there are many reasons to be concerned, obviously, or frightened of, both in the moment of immediate crisis and generally in the world. But how you, as a manager, how you talk about it, what language do you use towards your organization is of extreme importance. So you can either turn towards the doom and gloom of the VUCA world, so you can give even more fuel for concern of your organization, or you can try to formulate the experience that you are going through in a more constructive, I'm not saying unnecessarily or not genuinely positive way, because if you are not positive about the situation, it's better not to fake it. But you can still frame the experience into something meaningful, something manageable, something we can handle. My favorite quote here is from Kennedy. When he became a president, he apparently said that it's a big job, but I don't know anybody else who can handle it better than myself. And obviously, it's not applicable to every situation, but you can always tell your organization there is a big issue, but I don't know any organization that can handle it better than you guys can. And you will be right, because you will be frequently disappointed with yourself as a manager, as a leader, in a moment of crisis, or when you are confronted with a turbulent situation that requires some ethical choices, for example. So you may be disappointed with yourself, but you will be always very impressed with your organization. And I will talk about it in a second. But some of the things that Leszek also presented, how the local teams in different markets dealt with whatever was coming their way, whether it was COVID first and then war, how the organizations in the local markets handled the crisis was always something that could not be, how to say, designed at the center and then downloaded to the organization. It is the strengths and the beauty of the local organization that can handle issues like this one. I think it was Eisenhower who said that the sergeant is the army, and it's a little bit like this in the large organizations as well. The sergeant becomes the army in cases like this. So the people on the ground become the core of your workforce. And if I were, and I will spend a little bit more time providing examples here, and if I were to boil it down to some sort of guidance to leaders or managers who are in charge of a crisis situation, the first thing is to try to calm down. Yes, allow, again using Kahneman's language, which I hope is known to you, do not become the victim of your system one thinking. Allow system two to kick in. Yes, give yourself a moment, especially if you know your style. Yes, if you know that your style is to freeze or to flight. Then give yourself a moment and let your thinking, your system to reasoning come to the fore. And also your training, because some of this training that you have received over the years on channel management, it will kick in as well, not in a direct way, but some of the skills that you have acquired at this time will kick in exactly the right moment. But for this to happen, you have to calm down. Yes. You have to give yourself a little bit space, and sometimes it's hours, sometimes it's days, hopefully not too long, because then it's taken against you. But give yourself a little bit of time to see the situation in a more calm way. The second point, taking a step back to assess the situation. That's probably the most difficult thing to do. But what I mean by taking a step back, think about how this issue that you are faced with, this crisis that you are dealing on behalf of the organization, how do you want to be remembered as a person, as a leader, as a manager when the dust settles? People will not remember what happened specifically after many years. They will remember and they will tell anecdotes, hopefully good anecdotes, about how you handled it. Yes. So think about what image you want to project. How do you want to be remembered? What outcome do you want in the end? How will you feel about the action you are taking tomorrow morning, in the next 10 days, in the next 10 months, in the next 10 years? Try to zoom out, to take a longer perspective to the issue on hand. How do you want to be remembered or commented on tomorrow? How do you want to be commented on or remembered at the end of your assignment, at the end of your career? And then the next step, which is also unnatural. Many of these things are unnatural, but that's the challenge of managing this crisis situation, these turbulent times. And many of these things come unnaturally. Another thing that is unnatural is to shorten the time horizon instead of extending it. People have a natural tendency when faced with issue like this one is to extend the time horizon a little bit, hoping for the good times to come, or maximizing the number of scenarios that we are running. Actually, the opposite works better in a pragmatic way. What works better is shortening the time horizon rather than extending it. And what I mean by that, in a specific example that I provided before, Carlsberg Group at the beginning of the pandemic, Western Europe, what we have done as the first thing, we have scrapped all the budgeting process. We are in the middle of another budget exercise or another forecasting exercise. We have discontinued it completely, all this work, and we have moved to a 6 or 9 months, I cannot recall now, rolling forecast scenario where the numbers of the business were updated only on the six months basis, rolling. Yes, so we are pushing ahead of us only 6 months. So we said, forget the budgets, it's history now. Yes. We had a nice budget, we had nice numbers lined up, but in the current environment, whether it's COVID or war, it's history. It will not happen. Something else will happen. We don't know what it is. So shortening the time horizon, it's also, you can hear a sigh of relief from your whole organization, whether it's the finance function or the people in the local markets, when they hear, forget long-term planning, forget budgeting, it's not the moment for it. We need to fly the plane first. And then trim down the agenda. I started talking about it a little bit, but let me give a few more examples how to trim down the agenda in a moment like this, in order to focus on the essentials. In the specific case of Carlsberg Group in March 2020, when half of the company's business was shut down by COVID, there were established only 4 priorities. So all the strategic planning, all the plans that we had in place were all scrapped or put aside on the shelf, and they were replaced with 4 priorities, very much aligned with this flying the plane theme that I have mentioned before. So first priority was the health of our employees. And the company meant it to the point, and I was in charge at that time of 12,000 people. This was the size of the organization in Western Europe, 12,000 people. So every day at 8:30, I was reporting to my boss, the CEO, the group CEO, the number of infections, which country, who got infected, whether the person got infected with COVID on our premises. That's another important piece of information. And how the people who were infected before are recovering. So this was established as the #1 priority, tracking the infections. And it's not for the purposes only of business continuity and making sure that we keep pandemic out of our premises, but also in order to demonstrate that we care and that people should feel safe in our company. The second point that we have that was the priority was to business continuity, just being able to produce to demand. Demand has been reduced like 70%, but you still have some demand and you still have to produce to this demand. So keeping the wheels running, keeping the factories operating, keeping the lorries delivering the product was the second priority, just basic business continuity. The third priority was cash flow. For anybody who is who has concluded their business finance training, you know that in moments like this, cash flow is more important than a profit and loss statement, because cash flow is something that can topple down the company. You can really, in a moment like this one, when you have big swings in your revenue, how much money you are making and what profit you are making is not that important. You can grind the whole company to a halt by not having enough cash in the system. And then the fourth priority is delegating the responsibility for managing the crisis and making decisions to the crisis teams established in the local markets. So deregulating the whole chain of command in the company, radically delegating the responsibility for every single decision down to the organization, which was especially relevant given that every country, as you know, had a different policy for COVID restrictions. And this policy was more driven by the political agenda of the market than anything else. So creating some sort of reaction for the total Europe was completely impossible. So this was the set of priorities, giving ourselves a bit of time to calm down, taking a step back to see how we want to be remembered, shortening the time horizon, trimming down the agenda, focusing on the essentials. So that's from the manager perspective. Let me go a little bit more quickly through the organization. I said it already before that the organization will surprise you. The organization will surprise you with its resiliency, creativity, but the organization is vulnerable at this time. And the organization at this time, the local organizations, are extremely critical of the high-level leadership. Yes, so they expect a lot in terms of behavior from the top-level leadership. But if it's not delivered, then they are very frustrated. So obviously you cannot know how the organization will react in a crisis, but it's a safe bet, which may surprise you, to expect greatness. We have this tendency to believe that without our enlightened direction from the captain's deck on the super tanker, they will not know what to do. Forget about this. Yes? They will know exactly what needs to be done, and they will give it their best. Organizations raise to a much higher level of quality. There are some issues, and I will get to them in a second, but to a high level of quality in the times of crisis, which gives the management an opportunity to take a step back. So organizations at this moment do not need much instruction. They don't need much supervision. They need space to act. So you need to clean up the desks for them. One of the actions that the chief marketing officer in Carlsberg Group took at the very early stage, and this is the person who is responsible for running or designing all marketing projects across the whole group. What he said, we stop all the projects, yes? Stop all the projects. Don't ask the markets for anything. Don't ask them to continue on any marketing type or consumer or product launches. Give them space to do the right thing. Also, ditch motivational speeches. It's not really time to give motivational speeches. It's too late. If your motivational speeches were not able to bring the best in your organization before, it's not the time to do it. What you can do is to, as in any crisis situation, just tell what happened and what you are planning to do, and that's enough. If there is one thing that I recommend that we train the organizations in preparations for moments like this, and I'm not very much into military theories, and it's definitely not the time to promote military as a source of insight for managers, but there is one that I have been promoting for quite some time, so I will repeat it again, is the mission command strategy or way of working that was developed by the US Army and then deployed also in the NATO countries. When you see how Ukraine operates, you can see traces of this right now. So they get very good training on mission control. You can look it up. It's public domain, so you can Google it. But generally, it's about disciplined initiative within the commander's intent, and that's exactly what you need in a crisis situation in turbulent times. Also, another good principle for moments like this one is the one here. The one who sweeps the floor should choose the broom. That's the reason why we should always delegate the responsibility for managing these turbulent times to the people in the field, because they will know what to do with it, as counterintuitive and unnatural as it feels. The only issue that is real and that you will have to deal with is retention of your key personnel. You will lose people at that time. And especially with the technological progress that we have, online work and the generally higher tolerance for uncertainty among young professionals, you will lose people. And retention of key people during this time is something that should be high on the agenda. It's beyond the scope of this presentation to talk about how you do it. Another helpful, I hope, theme that I would promote: ignore me as needed to get the job done. If this is the message that you can communicate to your organization in a time of disruption, in a time of turbulence, in a time of crisis, they will appreciate it a lot as well. And generally, the same principles, as I have said before, apply for organizations as much as for managers. If the organization, if the local team can calm down a little bit, take a step back to see how they want to handle it, shorten the time horizon, trim down the agenda, focus on the essentials, they will be fine. By the way, if we are talking about the biggest spillover from how this crisis are managed on the leadership and management theories, I would say that if these principles work well in a crisis situation, there is absolutely no reason why they should not be working in a more normal times. Yes, they are so universal that actually they can help you also in normal times. And that's the beauty of this crisis situation. There are some sort of crucibles. These are the moments where if you handle this crisis situation well, you can not only learn something, but you can also start doing things differently than you were doing before. That's all I have. Well, I will not get into more material, but I will open the floor for questions at this stage.
Thank you. Okay, questions?
Hello, Łukasz Bały z Poznań University of Economics and Business. I have a question about this shortening the time horizon, because I'm especially interested in corporate sustainability, and I'm afraid that when companies shortening the time horizon, they may forget about environmental and social perspective or goals they have. So how can you make sure that in this shortened horizon you still remember about it? And do you think it's possible at all?
Yeah, many questions in one. Thank you for this one. Yeah, when I'm talking about shortening the horizon, I first and foremost I'm referring to operational management, to flying the plane. Yes, specifically regarding sustainability. Now, the question we should ask ourselves honestly is to what extent the companies today are taking this sustainability agenda seriously, especially under pressure. We can more or less see what's happening right now as we speak to the sustainable agenda at company and country level under pressure created by the energy crisis and war. And this is not a good thing, obviously. I think on sustainability, we have a major issue in front of us, and I have no solution, and definitely I will not be able to contain this solution in this short answer to a good question. We have a major confidence crisis right now unfolding at all levels, yes, at company level, at governmental level, and how to pick up the pieces is probably a much bigger issue than whether we should apply a short or longer horizon in managing operational issues. We are in a difficult situation on sustainability. I'm sure we'll get to sustainability in the panel discussion. So maybe one of other participants in the panel will be able to provide more intelligent answer. But I'm concerned about what's happening in this area very much.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for this really impressive presentation. I'm Anna Wiatr, and I'm a PhD student, but mainly I'm a headhunter, and I'm pretty sure we've met earlier. Some time ago, I came to the conclusion that no matter what, whether there is a stormy weather or sunshine outside, whether there is a FMCG, IT, or technical products, I'm always looking for the same attitudes, for the same competences. Would you agree that there are some competences, attitudes universal for a good leader? And if yes, what they are, so I can compare with mine?
Yes. Yes. No, I don't want to start another big presentation on leadership because it's one of the killer subjects. As we all know, we can spend hours talking about it. The one reaction to your question more than answer that I have right now. And it's a little bit a similar concern to the sustainability one. We have a major crisis of leadership right now. Yes, our leaders failed us. That's in simple terms. Yes, after the dozens of years, tens of years of training on leadership, changing names from servant to visionary to agile to what else? I recently got an invitation for conscious leadership. So after all this presentation, after all these words, after tens of hours spent in lectures, after many TED Talks, we are where we are. Yes, leadership has failed us. So there is something fundamentally wrong, I believe, with how we teach people leadership if we arrived at the results that we arrived right now. I think one of the consequences of this leadership crisis that we are facing right now is that there will be some sort of recovery of good old management. So people will start appreciating that a good manager, a skilled manager, is worth much more for the benefit of the organization and the business he is in than a poor leader with poor character traits as well, because he will fail us at the moment of trial. So there is a crisis of leadership. I believe it will bring the revival of management, but again, it's a subject for a separate discussion probably. I know I didn't answer your question, but
time for maybe one more question.
Thank you. Hello. Oh,
hi.
Hi. What do you think about the interplay for these leaders between IQ and EQ, and an area I'm really interested in, which is contextual intelligence? And that's sort of relying on things like experiential wisdom, being comfortable in conditions of ambiguity and uncertainty. For these leaders, you know, I think these are quite generic type skills. I just wonder what you think around that.
No, it's a common belief that emotional intelligence has become more important than the other type. At least over the last few years, I have seen many articles that were praising the emotional intelligence over the heart intelligence. I would like to draw our attention to a model that is not very well known, but was developed by Morten Hansen. It talks about the T-shaped leader. And this T-shaped leader has this vertical bar, if you will, that is very much focused on expertise, yes, on developing expertise, whether it's expertise on technology, on sustainability, or hard intelligence, IQ type of intelligence, that obviously depends on the position. And then there is this bar, this horizontal bar that talks about ability to collaborate, and probably EQ is somewhere there, and ability to be able to collaborate in the environment where they can use their expertise, they can use their hard intelligence. I'm concerned that with this technological advancement and with also COVID recently, where people went very much inwards, this vertical bar will get only stronger and longer. So people will become more and more narrow experts using their intelligence to get the results in their very specific area, but the collaboration skills will deteriorate over time.
I think that's interesting, but regarding the IQ, EQ argument, I was going sort of transcending that into the contextual intelligence area, which is more focused on things like experiential wisdom and insight, hindsight, foresight, as well as all the experience.
Yes.
So I'm not really looking at the technical expertise. Leaders in companies and things can easily sort of outsource that and you know, pull it in from somebody else. And as long as they have good questioning skills or understanding, they can beef up on those areas. But it still comes down to individual people making decisions. Yeah.
True. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now without a break, we're moving to the next point of our agenda, where we will have an online presentation now from Dr. Gary Evans, who has an interesting profile because he has very significant experience in executive positions, especially at KPMG. So no need to explain this brand, but also is an academic. So has this, let's say, double feeling, which is also an interesting profile to meet with us today. So Gary, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. So can you start sharing your presentation?
Yes, okay, I've got,
Now we can see you.
yeah, let me, do I have the share screen capability here? I guess I do. Okay, hopefully this will come up, and there we go.
Perfect.
So just to give you a bit of background, I've been around for a long time, hence the gray hair. I've lived through various recessions. I've gone through corporations that have had very difficult times. And I've also been advising companies for a whole range of different challenges. And one of the things that I've found as we've gone through all these things is there are some commonalities that happen when these occurrences come upon us. And one of the things that was interesting, some of the analogies presented earlier, one of my pastimes was flying planes. And I must admit that when you train as a pilot, one of the things you're trained on is how to deal with the unexpected. And if you've ever flown a plane and you found yourself in a what they call a shear wind, you quickly find how important that training is because you either fix it or you don't. And it's not usually a pleasant thing if you don't. So the issue is the training can help you. And when you're looking at some of the challenges, what I do believe is we're going to probably build on some of the things that have been said earlier. When you look at the challenges that we're faced today, they're going to continue to grow. I did put up the word VUCA, and not from a negative perspective, because I like to think I'm an optimist at heart. But we are in a world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And that's not going to likely change. The world is where we are. And the beginning of the presentation, we gave it a name of black swans and white elephants. And I'm going to give you a bit of a review of some of the analogies that we're using in terms of why. A white elephant, by the way, is what we have within our organizations, which we know is not beneficial, and yet we leave it there. Otherwise, these are the things that consume a huge amount of cost, and we don't do anything about it. And at some point, we have to address it and either get rid of it. Now, it was interesting, the first speaker spoke about the fact that they had truckloads of technology that they had to make a decision. Did they want to continue investing in technology, or were they going to move into a new methodology, which was cloud technology? And if they were going to do that, how were they going to do it, and do it in a good way? Again, that was an example from my perspective of technology that continues to evolve and change. And one of the things that I've been doing since my time in KPMG is I've had the good fortune of spending a fair amount of time with colleagues in California and looking at some of the high-tech companies and things that are happening there. But when we talk about the challenges in front of us, we have and this matrix kind of gives you an idea. We have the known, the unknown, and the impact and awareness. A lot of times, if you look, and if history is great, it's always 2020. But when you're actually looking forward, it's much more difficult. The pandemic that we referred to earlier, the question is, did we see it coming? Well, Bill Gates had talked about it 10 years before it happened. Barack Obama had talked about it before it happened. President George Bush had talked about it before it happened. We knew it was coming. We just didn't, we didn't do anything about it. So some people say basically it was the black elephant. It was known. And is it the black elephant really turning into the black swan? Otherwise, we knew it was there, but we didn't actually take any of the preparation that we could have to do something about it. And then you have the rhino, which is we've known it. We knew it was going to be a problem, and we continued to not do anything. And then, of course, the one that you see in the top right is the black jellyfish. And that one, I think, has got an interesting twist to it, because the black jellyfish is something that occurs from something else. And for example, the water temperatures increased by 3 degrees, and it became a perfect breeding ground for the jellyfish, which then, in the reason it's being used, then blocked the intake valves of a coolant for one of the plants. So basically, the jellyfish became the black problem because of the simple fact that the water temperature had increased, therefore giving it a chance to multiply and creating a new problem. And we live in a world that is full of different issues and problems that are coming up. Can you predict them? And I think we heard from previous speakers that hindsight's always 2020, but foresight's very seldom is as good. And most likely what will happen is what you expect to be the disruption is probably going to be different than what you anticipated. When we looked at certain aspects of the different types of things, if we look at the pandemic, how many people actually identified the supply chain disruption that was about to happen? The staff disruption, the economic disruption, the business model itself, and the consumer and the policy. So when we look at these different elements, many times what we do is we think of certain aspects of it, but we don't actually pay attention to what is going to actually occur. And therefore, what we've done is we've left ourselves vulnerable to a different level of disruption than what we anticipated. So we think, okay, well, we've got a pandemic. That means everybody needs to be vaccinated. It means some people need to stay home. You have to wear masks. What we didn't realize, of course, is that as these plants are closing down around the world, your supply chain is being disrupted. And what are you going to do about it? So there is a certain amount of planning that has to happen in terms of short term, and this concept of this balance between what I call long-term planning and short-term planning does have to have some type of weighing back and forth. But at the same time, as I say that, I will also tell you certain things that I have found is that a lot of companies can look at this and say, okay, how can I turn a problem into an opportunity? How can I actually make this, instead of being just pure disruption, can I actually turn this into a positive? And a lot of companies have been trying to do that, and some more successful than others. But it is a matter of looking at what are the things that we're going to do. If we're trying to say, well, what's going to happen next? And we all have seen already, we know there's going to be another pandemic. That's a known fact. We don't know when it's going to occur, but we know that at some point it will occur. Have we learned from the past, or are we just going to continue to stay unprepared in terms of going to the future? Climate change is real. We've accepted the fact that we've documented it. And are we going to, again, accept it? What do we have? We have severe weather, we have flooding, we're going to have potential water shortages, rising oceans, and the whole thing that goes with it in terms of pollution. You've got the international conflict. We can say we don't have to question that. We know it's there, but is it going to grow? And if it escalates, in what way could it escalate? We have the economic volatility, which we've already started to see. We've seen that the high-tech industry is going through a time of retraction, but at the same time it's going through that retraction, it's also speeding up in terms of the potential changes. And then you've got the disruptive technologies itself in terms of, if you look at, and there's a whole philosophy here, if you look at the concept of technologies as they're changing, are you changing with them, or are you going to become a casualty in the process? So if I look at some of the, what I call fringe technologies that no one really talks about at this stage, they can help give some indication of where we're going in the future. Your first presenter, Leszek was talking about the cybersecurity and the importance, and one of the potential disruptors to that industry, and it's not surprising that the military is spending a lot of money on it, is quantum technology. 4 years ago, it virtually didn't exist. There was no real quantum computers of any size. And as of this year, the growth has grown quite substantially. We're still a long ways away. Maybe it's 10 years before quantum computers actually become viable. But to ignore that the technology is coming would be closing one's eyes. And is it going to have an impact? Most certainly, but you can again look at it as either a potential problem, or you can be looking at it and saying, okay, how can I actually utilize this and make my organization better? And at the same time that we're looking at this in terms of the types of consequences, we can actually start planning. And I do think that there's a difference between what I see as knee-jerk reaction. Otherwise, companies that are not exercising the fullness of the capability, what they end up doing is trying to put that square block in a round hole. Otherwise, they're reacting to things, but rather than actually moving forward in a positive way, what they end up doing is just reacting to the situation at hand and not necessarily taking the appropriate action that provides longevity. And one of the areas, by the way, that I've spent a fair amount of time, I belong to an organization called Luminary. We spent 2 years developing a strategic plan. And part of that reasoning was that instead of looking at it from a short-term perspective, we're looking at it from 7 generations. Now, that's a concept for most businesses. They can't possibly, or they don't, but maybe they should, actually do. They plan in terms of, most businesses are planning in a 5-year or a 7-year cycle, but they're planning relatively short term. If you're actually planning in a 7 generation, which is, if you calculate it out, it's around 140 years, it takes you to a different perspective. Otherwise, it takes you to a point in terms of, we probably wouldn't have planned it into the problems it's facing if we had actually taken that longer term view. But when we take shorter term views, we sometimes find ourselves in a bit of the thick of it. One of the challenges I think we will face is going to be looking at how do we actually survive through this next set of disturbances and actually come out the other side in a good way. And I've always had one belief, which is any organization I join, I have one basic philosophy: leave it in better shape than when I started with it. And if you follow that philosophy, someone asked me the other day is, how would I know when the company's successful or the organization's successful? I said, you won't. I said, it will be successful when you become dust and it continues on. And I think that if we look at organizations and we don't think about just, what are we going to get next week, next year, next term, or next quarter? And we look and say, well, we obviously have to make money. If we don't make money, we won't survive. So therefore, being profitable makes a lot of sense. And I'm a true capitalist at heart. But I also believe that if we don't actually look and build a company that is going to be resilient and use the right skill sets, that we will actually put ourselves potentially in harm's way. And we don't necessarily, I don't believe we have to do that. But let's take a look at my philosophy going forward is what are some of the things we can do if all these things are going to continue to happen? What is it we've got to change? And one of the things that I mentioned before is if you look at the speed of change that we're faced and just looking at how things are happening, it took 46 years for us to adopt electricity, telephone 35, and as you can see, the internet 7. And if you look at maybe some of the smaller areas, like how long did TikTok take to have a market? Whether you think it's good or bad is a different question. But within 2 years, it basically had a global position. The time speed is getting shorter. We're seeing change that's exponential, not linear. And if we try to solve exponential problems with linear thinking, I think we're going to find that it's not a happy solution. So if we are going to move from a philosophy of short-term thinking to a longer-term position, we have to accept the fact that the world's changing, it's changing faster, and that we have to therefore adapt to that new world. If we continue down a path where we see it only as a linear that we can do one step at a time, then chances are we're going to miss the opportunity. And that brings us down to really the planning model itself and how we actually adjust to it. Now, we heard the issue of, well, I'm in a crisis. I've got to ditch my strategic plan, and I'm just going to focus on how I can survive the crisis. And I think that is obviously, if you're at the point of potentially being insolvent, you do have to solve that short-term issue. But if you don't keep your eye on what's happening going down the road, chances are you might limp through it, but at the end of the day, you're still going to miss the end game. If you take, for example, what happened with technology and looking at a company called Netflix, and one could question how they're going to do in the future. But if you look at Netflix and the video stores that they had in North America called Blockbusters, Blockbuster and Netflix coexisted at the same time. Blockbuster continued to ignore them, saying that the technology wasn't there, that they weren't going to be able to develop fast enough. And surprise, surprise, a breakthrough came through in the technology. Suddenly, it became feasible to send things across the internet to homes, and Blockbuster virtually disappeared overnight. Now, had they been doing a planning in a proper way, they would have recognized that they were on the wrong side of the coin in terms of where it was going. And if they had planned more effectively, chances are they could have found a different way of going forward. You saw very effectively how certain companies during the pandemic pivoted and moved to a different format, how they actually turned a difficult situation into a more positive situation. And you saw new businesses come up, and whether or not the whole concept of going to the office will be the same, I think it's, as stated earlier, it probably isn't going to be the same. It's going to continue to change and evolve. I'm not a big fan of Zooming. I'm a little zoomed out from the last 2 years of Zooming all the time. But at the same time, I also see the fact that The technology is here now. It's not going to go away. We're going to continue to use it. It's going to continue to impact how we actually do business. It does have a lot of benefits in terms of the fact that I'm sitting on the other side of the planet and I'm talking to you today. And so there's a lot of things that we can do if we use technology effectively, but we also have to accept the fact that we're going to be into a constant form of disruption. So whether the disruption is going to be predictable, I think we have to accept that certain aspects we may not see. We can't, hindsight's always going to be 2020. You're going to be able to say, oh yeah, I should have seen this. We saw this before. But again, this concept of can you be agile? Can you be fluent in terms of being able to deal with the disruption? Or are you just kind of trying to hobble through it and not actually looking at it as the fact that it's going to continue to happen? So I think part of the planning cycle has to be to look at the disruption and how you're going to actually work your way through that disruption. And this brings me to really where are we going in the future and how do we actually manage this more effectively? And that really brings me down to a different way of looking at it in terms of one, embrace exponential thinking in terms of its process, but it brings up to what I call the 4 C's: creativity, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking. If we look at the next generation of scholars and leaders that we're going to have as we go forward, we're going to have to accept the fact that our skill sets in terms of teaching what I call the classic skills isn't going to get us through the next set of changes that we're going to be faced with. Accounting systems, for example, are changing drastically. There's less and less need for human intervention, so to speak, in terms of how we do things. It will be automated. Where we store the information, as the previous speaker had said, is going to change. We're going to have new levels of technology, and we're going to have to be a lot more creative on how we actually see our business. And one of the areas that I think we have to be looking at is, what does our new business model look like? Do we have a business model that makes sense for the future? Do we have a philosophy for our organization going forward that will allow it not just to go through one storm, but a series of storms? And are we setting our people up to actually get the right people in terms of the skill sets? And I know that one of the questions that was asked earlier was the question around what skill sets do we have to have? And I would put on the top is we have to start looking for the people that can think outside the box. We need to have the people that can have new ideas and maybe see things from a different perspective than how we currently see it. One of the challenges as we particularly look at the new technologies that are coming at us and the new ways of doing things, that if we continue to believe that we can do it the same old way that we used to do it, we're going to probably set ourselves up for a lot more heartache than we need. If we take an approach that we actually embrace the concept of the person that thinks outside the box, we embrace the concept of how do we actually template and try new business models, then I think we have a better chance of success. Again, one of the earlier speakers spoke about how they actually took a massive step for a company where they basically are looking at splitting the company in half and moving it into a totally different market segment. And that type of change takes a lot of courage. And there's lots of companies historically that have done this. I had the good fortune to work with companies such as Procter & Gamble. I had a good chance to work with other companies that converted themselves from, say, heavy chemical companies to pharmaceutical companies. I had the good fortune at working with AstraZeneca, as they transformed themselves from one organization to another. They went from being part of a chemical company to being a pharmaceutical company, and then expanding into different product lines, and at the same time diversifying themselves under certain product lines. So, this concept of developing different areas of business, expanding into one area, retracting from a different area, that's going to continue. That's not going to change. And businesses will have to continue to look at how do they do it, but they're going to have to do it more frequently. We're going to have to look at how does, technology impact us? How does these pandemics impact us? How do we actually react to climate change? And that brings us to some really big questions that are going to have to be answered as well, which is how do we actually look at the future? And, what are we going to do in terms of the processes that we need to have? I have not talked to any of the previous speakers, so I had no insight to what they were going to be saying, but in my summary, I've already hit on the same topics that they have hit on as well. The concept, I do think, in terms of we've got to become more exponential. It doesn't mean that we still don't look at the steps of change that we have to take. We have to take those steps, but we also have to still be looking and saying, look, this change isn't going to slow down. It's going to continue to speed up. It's going to continue to be exponential, not linear. So if we are looking at that whole philosophy, we've got to be saying, we as an organization, do we have that environment? Do we have the culture within our organization that can allow us to be both in a linear world in terms of the steps that we take, but actually have the ability to look at it from an exponential perspective and say, how do we continue to grow? If you're the, as they said, the super tanker that's going to take, 10 miles to turn, well, you've got to find a better way of turning, because if it takes too long, chances are you're going to hit the rocks and the reef, and you're not going to do very well with that process. This whole concept of leadership and all of the leadership models that we've learned and we've used, and it's not to say there's not value. There's value in everything that we've gone through in the past. We've got to learn from the past, but we also need to look at some new leadership models. Why is it that we have some leaders that during the difficult times see opportunities to excel and expand and grow, and other leaders follow what I call the classic model of let's batten down the hatches, let's cut and let's retreat? Is there a better way of actually training our leaders? And are there new models that we need to be looking at in terms of how do we structure our organizations so that we allow those leaders that can help us through these difficult times come to the surface? Right now, I think we are still faced with too many companies where we're hesitant to accept or embrace change. We still want to go back to where we feel safe. I understand this is human nature, but if we really want to move forward, we've got to find different ways of approaching the problem. We have to find different ways of leading organizations. One of the challenges, just to give you again, and it's based on my own experience, but I was in an organization recently, and the president of the organization said, "Oh, we can't do that. It's too much. It's too difficult. We won't be able to do it. And can you slow down?" And my response was, "I don't do slow. I only do fast." And a year later, the president came back, and his comment to me was, "You were right. It is possible. We were able to change. We were able to make these advances, but for whatever reason, we were too scared to start. But you forced us through it." So the issue simply is, It does take some courage sometimes to take these steps. This is not an easy task. And if you're fearful of the consequences, sometimes you're probably not the agent of change. At the same time, I will also say you have to accept that you could fail. The way forward is not always clear. You have to handle both the disruption at hand, and at the same time, you have to look at how you can actually do something different by understanding what's happening around you. So plan for the unexpected. Don't expect that it's going to be an easy task. But don't just say, well, I didn't see it coming. It was one of those things. Once you see it, understand what it's doing. Is it changing your business model? Does it change the very fabric of your business? What could you do differently? Who would you have to bring on to help that change? And ultimately, I also believe that fostering a culture of creativity in an organization. I have the good fortune right now to work with a lot of graduate students, and they, when they ask me the question, I say the most important thing is be creative, think differently, allow yourself that flexibility to not just follow the old way of doing it. In fact, challenge it. Challenge your professors, challenge your existing leaders. Accept the fact that nothing is easy. But if you don't stay creative, you won't see the opportunities, and you only see the way the world is and not the way the world could be. I'm a firm believer we can get through the difficult times. We can deal with climate change. We can move forward, but it is also going to require corporations to look at the very business model that we have based everything on. And as a true capitalist, believe me, I like the concept of making money, but I also like the concept of still being on this planet. So we have to look at our models and say, do we have a model right now from a business perspective? Not just the corporate social responsibility, but do we have a business model that says we can do this in a good way? And I do believe that ultimately to deal with climate change, just to deal with that one disruption that's coming at us, that the way we will deal with it most effectively is corporations actually taking this on as part of their challenge. Because I absolutely believe that if we wait for governments to do it, it won't work. Governments are so stuck into their own 4-year cycle of elections or whatever. If you look at the governments that are out there right now, I see the United States, and I'll be very candid, I see the United States in very much a declining state right now. It's not planning properly. It's not thinking forward. I look at China and I'm saying China's thinking long-term. They're not thinking short-term. It's not a surprise that most of the technology that's going to be coming up, and as much as you may either agree or disagree with what different organizations are doing, technology is going to continue to grow, and the US is losing a lot of its capability to lead. And if they don't resolve that problem, I have no doubt in my mind that we'll have a new structure to the world order, and it won't be the US in #1 slot. So that's one comment which you may disagree with or not. But the issue simply is we have to be more creative. We have to think outside the box. And I do believe that we can have a very positive future, but not by doing it the same old way we've done it in the past. So I'm going to, I've got a few minutes left here for some questions, and hopefully I've given you some food for thought and some insights from a different perspective.
Thank you very much. We have questions here from the audience. We have a couple of minutes before lunch. Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much. You obviously do not know our university in terms of its potential and practices, but I would like you to ask you one question. What would be your 2 top recommendations for economic education and research in economics for Central Eastern Europe? I mean, how should we pivot and adapt to meet challenges in the future? What are your suggestions or hopes?
You don't start with the easy questions, do you? I think your university in particular is in a great position. I've had the good fortune to meet some of your students, very creative, very good at thinking differently. But I would suggest that you continue to promote this concept of challenging that your university has had. Don't accept things as they are. Always look for new models. Look for new business models. What are the better ways of doing it? Question the status quo, which I believe your university does quite well. Look and create challenges for your students where you ask them to look at more creative ways of doing things. Look at what's being written by the various scholars around the world and say, do we have the best models? How could we make these models better? That's going to, I think, really help promote a new level of business going forward. And I do believe that the Poznan University is full of very creative minds and has great potential to find new business models, new methods that you can share with the world.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks very much for your talk. Yeah, just coming back to your summary and looking at the sort of 4 points you raised, particularly around exponential, not linear, and I'm drawn to the sort of theories of evolution and Orgel's second law around, we're not more clever than evolution. And I'm just thinking about what we can do in order to prepare for things when they are sort of set upon us and we don't really expect them. The other thing is around exponential and linear. I work in medical, and I'm very interested in development of treatments and things. And this is an area where I think when we look at what happened with the vaccines for COVID-19, I worked on both of the mRNA ones. We saw people who are now expecting something different in the future, but from a regulatory perspective, looking at what's happened in the past with pharmacovigilance, that we need to be really careful. So I think the line that you used around exponential linear needs to be contextualized. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that, most certainly in your field, in the area of medicine, we're going to continue to see huge advances in terms of how we can deal with some of the problems that we face. But at the same time, we have to also look, and this is one of the challenges that I think we do face. When we look at regulations are usually based on an old way of doing things. And if we're going to look at the regulatory bodies in terms of how do we actually deal with the future, how do we make the regulatory bodies more effective to allow us to move still in a safe way, but in a faster way forward in terms of coming up with new regulations and new ways of doing it. We recently had a body in Canada here, which I was speaking at, which is the Canadian National Association of Regulators, where we were actually looking at a whole range of regulatory bodies, from everything from medicine to accounting to engineering, et cetera, and basically saying, how do we actually set regulations in the future that meet with the times of today? Because a lot of the regulatory action that we're seeing is based on the old way of doing things. And then you get into what I call a mismatch. You have regulatory levels that are at one level, and then you've got a society that's moved beyond that. So I don't think it's an easy fix, but I think getting the regulators linked into how we actually do things is going to be critical. Hopefully that gave you part of the answer there.
Okay, any more questions? So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gary, for the speech.
Thank you.
Excellent speech. Thank you. Thanks
Thank
everyone
you.
for joining this first part. And now we have a lunch break, half an hour, and then we'll resume first of all with a debate, and then we'll have another online speech. Thank you very much. Can you see us? Can you see us? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome after the lunch break. Now we will have a more interactive session, which has a format of a debate, of a panel. And this is a real encounter that you have in the title of this event. So executives meet academics. Because now on the panel, we have, you already know our dear guests from the business world, Jacek Pastuszka and Leszek Tasiemski, who already had the insightful speeches. And we also have our researchers here, Professor Barbara Jankowska from the Poznań University of Economics, whom surely many of you know, both colleagues and students. And we have also with us Łukasz Małys, Dr. Łukasz Małys, who is also, both of whom are Regional Initiative for Excellence project leaders. So they did research related to technology and the intersection of technology and management, technology and economics, because we're moving today, we're moving all the time at the intersection between technology, leadership, management, and we do so in the context of VUCA, of turbulent times, and we try to find some these inspirations because there are for sure no easy answers. So now in this discussion, we will try to answer the question of what role technology plays in difficult times and how does it matter for corporate growth. So we try to connect the dots: technology, difficult times, leadership. But the first question to our panelists will be, okay, what do we understand by corporate growth? Because it can be something different for different organizations, different leaders. So what does corporate growth, first of all, mean to you? What should nowadays corporate growth prioritize? So maybe starting with you, Leszek.
Well, I think it's a very industry dependent question, because many years ago, we defined our mission to become the leading cybersecurity company, which probably all the cybersecurity companies have in their mission. But then we started thinking, okay, like, what does it mean exactly? Do we want to be the wealthiest, the biggest, the one with the most installed or protected endpoints? And we concluded that, like, it's not about the size. We want to be recognized as the thought leaders in this area. So kind of being the go-to company, the company that has the best experts on the planet. So that's what we understand as growing, getting closer to that aim.
Yes, I agree with Leszek that it's very much dependent on the industry. However, I would say there are two components to corporate growth or to company growth in general. First one is delivering the numbers of the business, and they better be good and they better be stronger than they were last year, especially for listed companies. This is the number one, the quarterly results or the annual results. Whether it's good or not, it's another subject, obviously, yes. But this is the key indicator of whether the company is in good shape. And the second element of corporate growth is doing it the right way, and the standards for what it means to operate in the right way, they change over the years. What is accepted today by the public is very different from what was expected by the public 50 or 100 years ago. So corporate growth is also about staying in touch with this changing demands of the society, of the environment, of the consumers, and adjusting to it. Because the only force that can hurt you are your consumers. Because if they stop buying your products, then you are done.
Okay, thank you. I must tell you that I'm happy listening to Jacek, if I may, because I think that my perspective as a person from academia seems to correspond with what you have already mentioned. Trying to teach my dear students about the corporate growth, I'm from the Department of International Competitiveness. That's why usually I associate that first with the strong competitive position, especially in short term. So profits, briefly speaking, financial matters plus market share. So this is the vision for shorter period of time. And it, of course, corresponds, as you know, with the theory of the firm, especially the neoclassical approach, yes, that a company is a kind of instrument, a kind of tool to create profits. But the next question emerges, what for? And then we have the long-term perspective. And in that perspective, we can think that having money, being a profitable business, especially a profitable company, we can do something for others, but not because we love them, because we want to be a better business, a sustainable company. And I'm sure that you heard about the Sustainability Development Index, Sustainable Development Index. And that index for that year is not optimistic because it shows that our achievements in terms of social development goals have declined for the second year in a row. So I think this is the message for companies thinking about the long-term perspective, that there is much to be done in terms of sustainability. But I'm not trying to say that this is only your duty, because I know that companies exist because they have consumers, and there is a regulatory framework developed by government. So this is our mission: business, consumers, and government, how to achieve that sustainability, let's say, improvement. Yeah, so much to be done by companies, but not because they should do that, but because in the future they can, I hope so, make business on being more sustainable, which resonates with another theory that probably you know, my students, the shared value theory developed by Porter and Kramer. They presented very well that offering particular products and services, reorganizing your value chain, and impacting your local community, you can do something for good, and at the same time you can make business. So that's my perspective, thinking about short and long term.
So I'm in a bad position here because what can I add? Perhaps just joining the dots, growth may also mean developing some abilities to maintain business in the turbulent times, and also ability to keep business sustainable. Which is connected in a way to a number, but may not mean increasing the numbers in a short or maybe even long term, but being able to keep the numbers if they are satisfactory. So that's if not my entire perspective, because I could say exactly the same thing as my colleagues here, but this is something that we could add to the growth of corporates.
So is there no contradiction between the different types of goals that companies have that you just mentioned? So between the short term and long term, especially in times of crisis, with the pressure on the short term that was mentioned in the speeches before, the pressure increases. So is there no contradiction between what you're saying? And if yes, how can it be resolved?
Okay, so I think that in a way, if we take the long time perspective, as we were talking about including some environmental and social goals, then for companies, it is some long-term process to actually be able to perform in the environmental and social dimension successfully. And until a certain point in this process, there will be a contradiction between economic and other goals of companies. But when a company develops, let's say, some bunch of competencies, then it supports each other. And this is basically how I see it.
Maybe just one thing to add. I said that for me, the growth is about being recognized as a thought leader, but how is it measured is the value of the stock. We are a stock listed company. So our metrics of the worth of the company is the market capitalization. So it's basically if you multiply the number of shares by the price, like stock price, then you get the market cap. And why market cap is detached from the short-term goals is that if you're an investment bank or investment fund, what you look at can be either like the numbers here and now. So are you profitable or not? Are you delivering the numbers or not? But also what they look at and take into account is your ability to deliver in the future, like completeness of your vision, if you are not there yet. And for many companies, it's perfectly fine to not make profit as long as you are gaining the market, for example. So you're in this expanding mode, and then it's very easy to turn that into profitability. So at least for us, it's the metrics of being recognized as the market leader is the market capitalization.
Right. So now turning to the role of technology, because we can see that growth has many faces and the company performance has also different metrics, short-term, long-term, those related to profits, those related to the, let's say, longer-term perspective with the sustainability issues as well. So for you, what role does technology play in this process? Can technology help address the challenges that we are talking about, the challenges of growth of companies nowadays? Who wants to start?
Well, I'm happy to start because that's my bread and butter. I think that when it comes to technology, we need to realize that it's not just a linear or even exponential gain, but it's basically a curve that first grows exponentially, then we have some plateau, then we have disillusionment, and then we have kind of productivity. Just to be exact and to the point, if you think about cloud computing, initially, okay, it's a great idea, it can be cheaper, we can scale rapidly. And then we have, we don't know where our data is anymore. Like it's somewhere spread across the data centers, and we might have some legal obligations. Okay, we need to have our data, for example, in the country or in the EU. So that's like, okay, now maybe it's not that great. Then, and that's the moment we are right now. The big cloud operators say, okay, now we will probably have to, hike the prices by 30% next year. And we are so much in bed with those providers, it's not easy that you can just switch overnight. So you need to bear with those prices. So again, it's just an example, but I think that we need to be careful that yes, technology can help us to be flexible, to be more resilient, to grow. But there's an excellent quote I heard recently, is that we are building the technology quicker than we are figuring it out. And I think it says it all, like we first adapt, and only then as an afterthought, okay, like what does it really mean? What are the implications? And especially the legal ones are usually a couple of years behind the technology. So first comes the technology, and then the legal wakes up, okay, hey, we need to regulate that. And then they regulate, and then disturb the already working mechanisms. So yeah, that's my perspective.
Technology. It's a big subject, obviously, and I personally, I am a slow follower rather than leader on technology, I have to say. And the subject that interests me most probably is the impact of technology on the job of a manager, whether it's a line manager, frontline manager, or a general manager. Because when you think about it, the two technological changes that happened in my career in 30 years, and when I started, we didn't have email or internet, which is probably very hard to believe these days, yes? But 30 years ago, we didn't have it. Today we have it. And these technological advances are summarized in two areas. First is computing power, increasing computing power, and the second is hyperconnectivity. When you think about it, the combination of these two things should completely change the job of the manager. The manager should be no longer the source and creator of data, because we are flooded with this computing power in data. And the manager should be able to use this hyperconnectivity for distributed leadership in the organization, for democratizing the workplace. None of these things are happening. Yes, we have still the Frederick Taylor's way of thinking about management, where the manager is producing the data, analyzing the data, issuing orders, and then following up on whether these orders are being executed. Whereas with the advancement of the technology that we have, the manager should no longer be expected to develop any data. We are flooded with data. He should be trained, or she should be trained, to mine this data for good insights. And we should have more distributed leadership or more democratized decision-making processes in the companies with this level of hyper-connectivity that we currently have. So my question or my concern, which I'm also discussing sometimes with the MBA students, is how this advancement of technology changed the job of the manager, other than making it even more narrow, because when you become a general manager, you depend very much on your ability to ask questions to different functional areas, yes? And your knowledge is usually 5, 10, or 15 questions deep. That's all you know. What I have noticed in my 15 or 17 years as the general manager is that my ability to ask these questions, because of the technological advancement, was reduced. I mean, it was more and more difficult to keep up to speed on all these developments in different areas, whether it's IT, obviously, but also supply chain, for example, or even sales. So technology, sorry for this long story, but technology, I believe, has huge impact on how we manage, but is not fulfilling the hopes that I would have for it.
Okay, so if I may, first of all, I think that we are using the term technology here as a buzzword, but we have different types of technologies, and I'm not sure if we can generalize. I can speak for information and communication technology, because this is what I was researching, which is diversified itself. And it seems that it may help if it's treated as a tool, and if we have certain purpose and certain idea how to use this tool, and then it helps businesses. And this is, I guess this is majority of examples that we could give. We could give some other examples. Right? CRM is a very interesting concept, but unfortunately, when you treat CRM in terms of IT solution, then it quite often it doesn't work. It doesn't bring the hopes that you may have with this, because companies should start with making a lesson, some logical thinking, what they actually want to achieve with the technology. If it's treated like a remedy itself, then it may not help. It may create some disappointments in the company, and maybe eventually abandoned. So this is my view on the technology, at least at this part of technology.
Okay, and trying to add to what has been already told us about the, let's say, human aspect in technology, let me add. We notice yet that the discussion about technology cannot end up just with technology. And as a kind of confirmation, looking deeper into the reports on the fourth industrial revolution, for example, what we can find are digital maturity measures. And there are many of them, like AKTech, like the one index developed by Institut der Deutschen Wirtschaft from Köln. And those measures clearly manifest that technology is important, but without changes of routines and administrative processes on the side of people who work in companies, we are not able to fully exploit the technology and properly exploit the technology. So what I'm trying to say is that digital maturity of a company that sometimes seems a kind of remedy against the global discontinuity and shocks will work only when the technological change is accompanied by changes in human resources strategies. and in the organization of the company. And when we will look deeper into the measures of digital maturity, we will notice, that we cannot just stop talking about technology as a kind of tool to face the global challenges, because the human aspect, how they understand how the organization of work should or can be changed, this is another message. And what's more, I think that the technologies can help to face the challenges because they support the innovativeness of companies. And if I may share part of the results of my project, it was a research focused on 400 manufacturing companies with Polish capital in the ownership structure. So those were, in terms of capital, Polish companies, large businesses. What was visible? Companies that declared adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies, greater adoption, were at the same time more innovative. So there was a kind of correlation between the level of adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies and their involvement in innovation. So they were better, let's say, equipped maybe to produce product, process, marketing, and organizational innovation. So this is one side of the coin, but the other side, and the next question that unfortunately I didn't ask, is how much those innovations serve the long-term goals, how much those were innovations that improve the social sustainability aspects, or how much they improve the environmental aspects. So just to sum up, I think that technology is a great tool, but it's not on the facing the challenges. It's not only about the technology. We must really think about employees and organizational processes which work inside in each company. Thank you.
Again. Listening to you, actually one thing popped to my mind is that sometimes the process is actually iterative and cyclic. Again, very concrete example, we are gathering a lot of data. And of course, when it comes to pure protection, we know what to do with the data, but we also gather a lot of business data. Like in the old times, we had data warehouses. Now it's more like data lake approach, which is, when not maintained correctly, it becomes a data swamp. But what is interesting that we, as the management, we assumed, okay, now we have the data lake, we have data scientists, so now things will just happen. We also had to change the culture, because what happened is that, and the other thing you mentioned about Kahneman and System 1 and System 2, we were assuming, okay, we are using very rational, we are being data-driven. In fact, we are being gut-driven and finger-in-the-air-driven. So what we did, we asked from our data scientists, hey, you need to do some data literacy here among the managers. So you need to come to us and you need to teach us how to ask the proper scientific questions so that you can find the answers with the data. Because we had, and let me reiterate that, we have world-class data scientists, we have a lot of data, and we have the management that doesn't know how to formulate questions. So that's the process that is broken, and that's why it comes in cycles, because of course we had to start with having proper infrastructure, we had to start with gathering the data, with having proper people who can make sense out of this data, build some models, and generate some queries. But then it needs to get back to the management, and the management needs to understand, okay, how do we ask the right questions, and then how do we make business decisions based on the answers to those questions, which are based on the data. So even for like high-tech company, for us, it's still a process in making.
Yeah, thank you for this. I would add one more thing, which is the fact that an unbelievable percentage of data is wasted in the company. I really would like to make this point very strongly. An extremely small percentage of data that is available in the company is actually utilized in any way. And the small percentage of data that is actually utilized is mostly used as the source for confirmation biases, to support the confirmation bias, where somebody has a theory or a hypothesis or an idea for the business, and then they start mining the data in order to start to find proof for their theory. This is how it works. Again, I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's probably bad. It should look better, yes? The people should have better questions and be wiser in using the data. But the reality on the daily life, and I have worked for reputable companies, so these were good companies that I was exposed to. Even in these good companies, there are only humans that are in these leadership positions. This is how things are happening. People are using an extremely small portion of data, mostly for the purposes of confirmation bias.
Can I add something? I have a philosophical thought, because you said that the small percentage of data is used in companies. It may not be the bad thing if these are the right data, and so the correct percentage. Because then, as you know, the Pareto average, from the 20%, you may make the company working, grow, operate. So maybe the key thing is to finding the right data and the right information.
True, I agree. Yeah.
And may I ask you a question? What do you think, why it's impossible to better use data, or to use more the data that you have? Is it on the human side?
It's an overload, simply. We are more skilled in processing, in collecting and processing data, yes, than we are in getting its insights from the outside world. Collecting the data, despite all the challenges that Leszek was talking about, is very much an internal activity that is relatively easy and rewarding on the spot, so to speak, yes. Dealing with the external world of customers, consumers, listening to their opinions, trying to make sense of their opinions, and sometimes these opinions do not make sense. So making some qualitative judgment based on interaction with the marketplace is much more messy. Yes, it's much more difficult, less rewarding, more prone to error. So I believe that's the reason why it's happening. So the people are navigating, drifting towards something that is easier, more rewarding, internally focused. Mixing data, moving data from warehouses to lakes, and then avoiding that they don't turn into swamps is an internal activity. I'm not downplaying its importance. I'm just saying that it's taking lots of people resources and not necessarily taking the company anywhere.
Trying to conclude a bit our discussion, it seems that technology itself alone doesn't solve all the problems we have. So from your perspective, what is important on this human or organizational side? What are the critical success factors for technology, however we understand it, because you raised different examples, how to make it work in organizations in practice? What do we need on the other side, at the intersection with humans?
Maybe I can start again. I believe we need to empower people, and I know it's the most overtold thing you can hear, but that's true. Like I'm quoting myself when talking in my organization. When somebody is asking me for some guidance, I'm happy to give them strategy guidance. I'm happy to give them cybersecurity guidance. But if like UX designer comes for some guidance, like you are the expert, like you make decision. I can apologize if needed later on if you make a mistake, but like it's yours, like you are the owner. So I believe that in order to adopt technology quicker, we need to make room for mistakes, and we need to empower and encourage people to take some risks. Of course, like don't drill the holes below the waterline because you can sink the ship, but still the supertanker analogy. But like errors are okay, mistakes are okay, because if we don't make mistakes, if people are afraid of making mistakes, they will never experiment, because like one of the valid outcomes of an experiment is a failure, and that's fine. That's we have learned. So we do it a lot. I'm expert in that myself, in failing. But the key is to fail fast. And especially in case of technology, it's just so much easier to adapt. Like probably, Jacek, in your field, if you had to experiment, you would have to build some new factory or something. Like, let's imagine. But for engineering, software engineering, it's just a matter of maybe 1 week of hackathon, and then you can try this new thing and see if it flies. If it doesn't fly, we kill it and we try something else. So I think it's this pushing the responsibility as close to the expertise as possible. And that's also something that, Jacek, you mentioned when you talk about the crisis management and how do we approach. Let's not, as managers, let's not try to pretend that we know everything. We don't, and we don't have to. We add value elsewhere.
Yes, I think the answer to your question, Piotr, was already in the panel. First, ask the right business question. I think Leszek talked about it. And then use just enough data to answer this question and avoid confirmation bias or avoid getting flooded with the data. So I think the answer is already there. I think one of the bad things that started happening with technology, digital, and this whole area, that has been sort of taken over as a subject also by the investment community. We talked here a little bit about the kind of questions that are being asked by the investment community about sustainability, for example, yes, which are all the right questions, and companies are making all the right pledges. Then there should be somebody else who will see whether they actually deliver on these pledges, but that's another story. But on technology and data, there was a period of time, a few years ago, these things come in as tides sometimes, so they come and go. But there was a period of time where in every investor conference that I participated, there was a big section about digital. So you basically had to prove to these guys that you are digital, yes, that you are going digital, that you are using technology, that you are using data. And I think it's actually not helpful at all, because it's distracting us from asking the right questions and using just enough data to answer these questions. But instead, the companies started coming up with some convoluted ideas about how digital they are and showing sometimes things that are not happening just for the sake, as pilots, for example, just for the sake of proving to the investment community that we are digital enough. Now we are very much on ESG, yes, or sustainability page. God knows what will be next. I think these waves of interest from the investor community are not necessarily very helpful.
Can we add something? I guess maybe just to summarizing, it means that you have to know your business and what you want to achieve in the long term, and then using the technology in line with your business. So in fact, you need to have a competent employees, empowered, and that's it.
If I may add, maybe more general picture emerging from, once again, my project, because Leszek and Jacek greatly showed us more detailed aspects. But in my project, what was visible among the 400 manufacturing companies, the companies that were more involved in the, let's say, Industry 4.0 technologies were much more aware of barriers and inhibitors that faced and they have been facing in the process of adoption. Yeah, so a good message is that trying to be digitally transformed, they accepted the barriers they tried to overcome, and they were aware. But another message is that when you want to transform the company, you must expect that new challenges will emerge. And if I could add to the most important barriers, the highest percentages of responses went to human resources aspect. So honestly, companies declared that they lack experts and specialists on the, let's say, digital technologies. So that was the weakness of them. And they declared they don't have enough capital to be more digitally transformed. That was the second very important barrier. Another thing was 80% of companies declared that a big barrier for them was the need to reorganize their administrative processes inside. So once again, the organizational aspects, partially, I think, related to what Leszek mentioned, changing the culture in the company. So a greater adoption of technologies accompanied by greater awareness of barriers and inhibitors. Quite general message, but it was visible. I think that based on that project, what was visible more is that companies more digitally transformed, or companies that adopted more the Industry 4.0 technologies, were much more aware what is going on in that topic among their suppliers and competitors. So the businesses were aware that when I change myself, it's great, but compatibility, let's say, is crucial. So my suppliers, my customers, my competitors probably need to go in similar direction, because otherwise I will be alone. Yeah, and companies are parts of value chain, so the compatibility is crucial. And one more thing is that the great technologies to work need a proper, let's say, context. So we all know that companies don't operate in a vacuum. We are part of a system. Businesses are part of a system. And let me share once again one more index, the Digital Economy and Society Index, which is published by the European Commission, shows, for example, that Poland is in a very weak position. Among 27 countries, we are in the 24th position. And why that index is so, let's say, negative for Poland? One of the weaknesses, very visible, are human resources. Yeah, of course, this is secondary data. This is not the first-hand data from companies like here Leszek and Jacek share with us. But looking at that index, we can notice that companies want maybe to be digitally transformed, but they need people with particular skills. And when you will look into that index, you will easily notice it's still our weakness. Yeah, so human resources and their skills. Thank you.
We need to watch the timing, because we have the next presentation, which will be about new competences, also related to the digital area. So time for questions from the audience, questions to the panelists. We have a couple of minutes, so feel free to ask.
Thank you for the great panel. I also have one question about this, because from my understanding, we have two types of economy nowadays: human-powered one, and now let me say droid-powered one. And in this automation era that we are living in, how we are seeing that the next generation of economy we're going to switch to, and what is the role of this people, students, people who are trying to go into business, into technology in this economy, because we are automating as much as possible. We are trying to eliminate the human factor due to many reasons, as in error factor and everything in between. So how you are seeing the human factor going to participate in the growth of companies in the future? Thank you.
It's a big question, but I can try. I think like the first observation, even though the technology and adoption of technology is now going in kind of non-linear pace, that's a given. However, it's not that suddenly we are going to automate a lot. What we are going to automate is the things that are either easy to make algorithmic or that are repeatable. That's the subject of automation. So like if I were a cashier or a truck driver, I would be probably worried about the future of my industry. But if you are mainly working with the concepts, with abstraction, with making sense, I don't think we are going to be replacing those areas very soon. And also, even if we do, to some extent, and I'm very close to AI applications. I hate the term AI. I think it's more machine learning for now. It's not AI. However, to the point, what you need is some kind of an oversight over what the algorithm decides. So, for example, we have now excellent machine learning algorithms that can predict if given image of like a tomograph or X-ray, if that's cancerous or not. It's like well over 90% efficient. However, what it doesn't tell you is why. So the algorithm is right, but it's not explainable. The same with even more extreme example is parole decisions. So when there are the judges that grant parole to the prisoners, and somebody trained the machine learning algorithm to predict how likely is it that a person would commit a crime during a parole. And that algorithm was extremely precise, but the problem was nobody knew what are the criteria. So then even if the algorithm is right, you need a human being to actually make a final call, because the human being can understand and can correct those mistakes. Because on the other hand, the small percentage of those false decisions can be very meaningful. And also, there's the whole field of science of adversarial AI, which basically means that if you recognize a picture, if I change just a couple of pixels, which you will not notice, the picture will look exactly the same to your eyes, but to the algorithm, instead of a cat, you might see a weapon. And then if we use, for example, machine learning algorithms to start shooting if they notice a weapon, then somebody can abuse that to fool those algorithms and do some nasty stuff. So, and that's a whole field of science. It's fascinating. So it's scary as well. That's true. But back to your question, I think that as long as your field of science, your field of education contributes to analyzing and then making sense and connecting different things, and also being abstract, because what algorithms are very bad at is abstract thinking. They are good in generalizing, but it's a different thing from abstract conclusions. So I would steer my career towards that direction if I were young again. Did I answer your question?
We still have time. Good. May I add something to this question? Okay, to this answer. Because first of all, I'm glad that Leszek took it first, because it's not an easy one. But I can only say that I can only echo what he said. I personally believe, and this is the question that frequently comes up in MBA studies, obviously, will the job be replaced by? I personally believe that if we define the job of a manager as dealing with the messiness of human nature, of others and your own, which it is, yes, management is very much about dealing with human deficiencies, trying to accomplish something along the way, then it would be extremely difficult, in my view, to replace. At the same time, I was very strongly of this opinion, and now it's reinforced by what Leszek said. Up to a point, I listened to the Elon Musk interview or panel discussion with Jack Ma. I strongly recommend it. It's fascinating, actually. I know Elon Musk is not the most popular person right now and a bit controversial, but he said there that if AI, to use this term, takes over, we will not even notice, and we can only hope that it will be good for us. I'm not saying he's right. Nobody knows whether he's right or not, but that's really a fascinating opinion, I believe. But I don't think that the job of the manager, as defined as dealing with others in order to accomplish something, will be replaced.
So first of all, hello everyone. My name is Anna, and I'm a BBA student in this university, and I actually have a question in regards to the recent events that are happening in the world. So we all know that Elon Musk took over Twitter, and we all know about the situation with the employees quitting. And since you're the managers and executives and you know a lot about it, what do you think was the reason of it? Is it a strategy? Is it the fault of the Elon Musk strategy of leading? Like, what do you think about it? Thank you.
I would gladly take that one. Because like one thing is that if you look from the, and there's a lot of like in our kind of management teams channels, there is a lot of examples and articles about Musk, like as how not to execute on things. Because one thing is that, of course, like if the company is basically bleeding money, and that's the case of Twitter, it's bleeding cash, you need to fix it. So most likely, he did the right thing. The way he did it is, in my view, unacceptable. So like there's sometimes like that's the worst part of our job. Sometimes we need to make very unpopular decisions, but it needs to be done properly with empathy, with proper explanation, with, you know, even having dignity to sign the goddamn email. And that was all lacking from what Musk did in the recent weeks. So most likely from, if you look just at the numbers, he did just the right thing, but how he executed the change, I think was quite insensitive.
Yes, if I may add to this one, you know, one of the courses I'm teaching is the first 100 days of a manager, of a newly appointed manager, yes, on the job. And I struggled so far to convince students in these courses that this is really an important subject, that you need to pay attention, because it's like a quick drying cement and you will not have a second chance to deliver this first 100 days again. Now I have a real business case, yes, that is published everywhere. It's called Elon Musk at Twitter. You just study it. You have 100 days of bad decisions or poorly executed decisions. Whether they are bad or not, it takes us to the second question, which is whether he has a strategy. I believe he definitely has a strategy. If you define a strategy as a decision on resource allocation, he's making very clear-cut, very straightforward resource allocations for a purpose. And if you look at his bank account, he's probably not making too many mistakes along the way.
I'm afraid we have to cut here. So thank you, all panelists, and thank you again for sharing your perspectives. Thanks very much. So now, last but not least, we have the final point of our program. So we are connecting back to North America. Again, first of all, we connected to Canada, and now we have Alexandria, Virginia, and we have Jim Link from the Society for Human Resource Management, which is the largest organization of HR of this type, formerly also in executive positions in Randstad and so on. So those of you who deal with human resources, it's clearly means something. So do we have Jim with us?
Hello, good morning.
Morning. For us, it's afternoon, but morning to you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. It's great to
Perfectly.
see all of you. And I was able to chime in and hear some of the last panel. And I think this is going to be a continuation of the great things we heard.
Great to have you here. If you can please start sharing your slides so that we can see them.
Sure. All right. Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Yeah.
There we go. You should see a big ugly guy there on the screen in front of you.
Yeah.
All right. And Peter, would you like for me to just rock and roll and get going here?
Sorry?
Would you like for me to proceed?
Yeah, sure. Go on.
All right.
Stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, good afternoon to all of my colleagues in Poznan. I'm so sorry I cannot be with you personally today. Hopefully this will be just as good. What I would like to talk with you about today is a variety of topics related to the future of work. It was quite interesting to hear the former panel talk a lot about technology, because you're going to find that woven into the future in my presentation is also the idea of the role that technology will play. So to set the stage, let's just talk a little bit about what's been happening in our world globally. Most of you are probably aware of the company Korn Ferry. They are a very large human capital company throughout the world. They produce a report every year, but what has really been most interesting is their work in the last 24 to 36 months and the discussion that they've had regarding power in organizations and specifically what's happened to that power. What you can see from their reporting is that indeed power has shifted, and it's shifted in three very clear ways: from the organizational view, the broad view, to individual people, human capital views, from profit to mutual prosperity, and from me to we. Now, granted, we were seeing several of these changes even prior to the global pandemic, but the good news is we now begin to understand and have some idea about what that's going to mean for all of us as we think about the future of work. So let's look at what some of those things are that are really changing and shaping the future of work out there. First, the economy and the environment in which we find ourselves. There's a potential for a recession, certainly inflation in parts of the world, a war next door to all of you, a COVID crisis, which is still ongoing in many parts of the world, and then finally, climate change. All of these are leading to environmental, social, and governance issues in a lot of publicly traded companies around the world. And those items are certainly shaping how we think about work in the future. Of course, we also have our societal issues which are happening. Immigration still makes the headlines across the world. Violence continues to grow and escalate. And oh, by the way, our own research indicates there is a growing and evolving mental health crisis across the world. And we are now seeing managers and leaders in organizations being called upon to act in ways differently than they have in the past related to the health and welfare of their own employees. Of course, there's a generational change occurring in the workforce. The older folks are still hanging around. Why is that? It's because they're happy and they're healthier than they ever have been in the past. And they've lived through a couple of recessions and may be about to go through another one where that income is going to continue to be important. In 2018, we first saw millennials really assuming more managerial roles than any other generation in the workforce. 40% of roles around the world were filled by first-time millennial managers in 2018. Those numbers are only continuing to grow and to change. We have an entire generation of young people who are expecting a better workplace and are expecting us to do better as managers and leaders. We're seeing technological advancements across the board, skill shortages, and when you put skill shortages with technological advancements, you get an even worse crisis than we could describe here. We have the Great Reflection causing the Great Resignation, which in my mind is leading to a great reconciliation. The idea that agility and flexibility should continue to be in the workplace. And then finally, the globalization of everything as we see and think about the world of work. So the future of work, in my mind, is really impacted by a few other things as well. First, we have a globally minded workforce. Never before in our history has the ability to know more about an individual, a company, a work culture, or a possibility of what might be out there as far as other jobs and responsibilities been more present around the world than it is today. That's led to the idea that work can be done anywhere at any time by anyone. Now, workers around the world quite like this idea, but governments and taxation agencies who are responsible for collecting income on your wages do not like this idea. So we're going to end up with a great confluence where good ideas are going to have to be determined in order for us to successfully pull this off and really move and advance the idea of a distributed workforce. And finally, if you have all of these things coming together, then obviously new leadership is going to be required. And I'm going to talk more about that a little bit later. Another couple of things that are happening related to the future of work here are really tied to this global talent market. The idea that anyone can do work anywhere is certainly alive and well, and that's being aided by a digital and collaborative revolution, which in my mind will shape the future of work like nothing else. When I think about the three things we as managers and leaders, or as incoming employees, or anyone that's working around the world, we're going to have to think about three big things. The first is talent, where it is, what skills it might have, and what skills will be required for that talent in the future. What I do know is that the talent and skills and capabilities of 5 years ago are not the talent, skill, competencies, and capabilities that are required today, and they will not be the same that will be required in 5 years. So talent is going to play a growing, important role in our work as leaders and managers for the foreseeable future. Of course, there's also leadership. If you have talent and you have leadership, then you only need one more thing in order to be successful in the future, and that is the technology to make that all happen. When you think about that digital and collaborative revolution, this is clearly the place where that opportunity exists and where capability can be there. And then finally, we have the idea that where those three concentric circles come together, we get the idea of innovation and all things related to entrepreneurship in the workplace. So talent, tech, and leadership are the things that I believe are going to be very important for the future going forward. Now let's think a little bit about this youngest generation of employees that are in the workplace. We know, for example, that this is the most globally minded generation of folks coming in to the workplace ever. There's going to be 3 billion of them around the world by 2030, and they'll count in some ways for about 30% of the total workforce. There's not as many of them as there were millennials, so they will always be slightly smaller than the generation before them, just as Generation X is slightly smaller than the baby boomer generation. The unique characteristic about Generation Z, however, and these are individuals born starting about 1996 up into about 2010. The great thing about these individuals is that they are more aware of technology and capability and are comfortable with that. In ways, they're actually digital natives. And that digital native skill and capability is something we're not quite prepared for. Millennials started that transition toward being more digitally aware and leading that technology revolution. The Gen Z is just all the way there because they've had that skill and capability all of their life. They've never known a world where you couldn't know anything about anybody, anywhere, at any time. And oh, by the way, as leaders in organizations, they expect you to have those same skills and same capabilities. This is where we often fall short. We also know, and I find this quite exciting, that these individuals wish to work abroad. They like to work outside their home career in their country or outside their country in their career. And the statistics represented on the slide in front of you indicate by geographical region how those people responded when asked if they would like to work abroad. Notice some of the lowest numbers are in my side of the Atlantic, as they are in Asia and in the Pacific Islands and Australia. But look at Africa, Central America, and the Middle East, where those numbers are significantly larger. That's going to be important here in a second, whenever I show you another slide about where this work is actually getting done. When we think about the evolution of the employee, in the past, on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see some of the things that have happened normally. Work on some set of type schedule, work in an office or a location, use company equipment, and they're focused on inputs. In other words, direction and feedback from you, as well as the metrics and numbers they use to chase these items down. But in the future, those things are driven by flexibility and agility, working anytime, anywhere, using any device, and being focused on the output instead of being focused on the input. Now, it's true and fair to say that the pandemic certainly made this more pronounced and more clear around the world. It also impacted how we think about the use of technology as it relates to climbing the corporate ladder, looking at very specific work, holding on to information, and just doing what you were told to do, versus there's no such thing as a ladder anymore. I think that what we'll see in the future related to careers are experiences to the next experience to the next experience. The idea of a ladder has gone away or is going away. That will lead to very customized, specific work, accelerating and identifying and making the best use of a person's skills, competencies, and capabilities. We'll move from the people who were valued for hoarding information to people who now share information, and the idea that anyone can become a leader in any organization. In the past, the way we thought about email and knowledge and learning and teaching has all changed as well because of the digital and collaborative revolution. We will be focused on adaptive learning, so we'll know in real time the skill deficiencies that any person has and be able to address that for low or no cost, which will lead us to democratize learning and teaching across the board. So yes, employees are shaping the way we think about work, but there are other things that are happening out there as well. There are behaviors that social media is driving, which we see entering into the workplace. This is especially true in the world of ESGs, environmental, societal, and governance initiatives, being organized and led by large companies, primarily in the European Union, North America, and Asia. We see new collaborative technologies, which really got a boom as a result of the changes related to the pandemic, when we all had to get more collaborative very quickly. That continuing shift to the cloud. Of course, you just heard me reference millennials becoming a majority of the workforce. And then finally, mobility and connecting to work has taken on new meaning and a new life when we think about how work will be shaped in the future. So that guy is Steve Jobs, and he has some interesting things to say about how we think about the future of work, even though he's been gone now for several years. In the late 1800s, we entered an industrial revolution. Many of you have learned about this in your history books, and it took us almost another full 100 years to really move into the next revolution in the workplace, which was actually the computer revolution. A short time later, we entered the internet revolution. Another short time later, we entered the information revolution because of all of the information that the internet provided to us. So now we have all of this information, and the question is, what do we do with it? Well, most pundits believe that what we will enter into next, beginning, and have already entered, is the collaboration revolution, where we use that knowledge, information, and skill to think about how we shape work experiences, cultures, capabilities, tasks, and other ways to get things done in new and exciting ways in a collaborative way. When you think about Generation Z in particular, this is already how they accomplish tasks, because they're driven by the tools, technology, and capability they have. Often in that phone that they all walk around with, that skill and capability is right there. All right, so let's keep moving forward now and think about this a little bit more. If we think about what we've seen, and you've already heard from several of the panelists, we know that there's a gap that exists between current and projected needs of workers out there in the workplace and that infrastructure. Matter of fact, I believe that collaboration networks will be to enterprises what social networks have become to consumers. So this whole idea of a collaboration network is the way work will get done in the future, just like the way communication and capability and sharing has occurred on social networks around the world. All we need now is the person to own that collaboration network in a technological sense, much like we saw Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and others in the past. But it's coming, and we think we know how fast it's coming as well. This leads us to the idea then that what must happen is that we must evolve and disrupt. So what does that mean exactly for us? Again, if we think about our talent, tech, and leadership models, evolving and disrupting will be the name of the game across all three of these categories. Talent must evolve and disrupt. Technology is already making that happen. And likewise, leadership must evolve and disrupt in order to prepare us for the future. And when you think about those leaders of the past, well, some of them had some skills and traits. I'm sure you recognize many of these things from your company's organizational idea of what leaders should look like. They should be confident. They should have a sense of purpose. They should be consistent, honest, fair, ethical. I'm sure your company's list of leadership skills and capabilities had some semblance to what these words were that we find pretty normally globally as we think about leadership across the board. But those things that happened in the past will not be the things that help us move in the future. Why is that? We know that the expectations of leaders from a recent survey that we conducted is very different than this list that I just showed you. So what will leaders of the future need to do? Well, first, they will need to inspire others. Second, they'll have to leverage that technology, skill, and capability that we just described, encourage that collaboration and collaborative efforts, drive innovation, and finally, manage risk. Now, those items, as you think about it, didn't show up on the list just prior, but instead we have the capability to think about what might happen with these leadership competencies and how we can best position our companies and our organizations for the future, thinking about these particular things. We know some other stats that are related to this new type of leadership model and skill for the future as well. 95% of the companies that we surveyed a couple of years ago believe that they need new types of leaders because of what's happening out there in their workplaces and in their operating models. We also know that more than half of those companies believe they don't have that digital leadership in place that they'll need in order to drive future business results. So almost 100% know they need new leaders, but 63% believe they don't have that skill in place. Now, if you're a future leader sitting out there in the audience today, this is nothing but opportunity for you. If you believe that you can take those 5 things I showed you on the previous slide and evolve and develop those for yourself, you're going to be able to really be successful going forward in the future. This leads us again to this idea of a distributed workforce, because here, when you think about how we use talent in particular, we know that the technology that's out there has enabled us to be able to get work done anywhere, anytime by anyone. And that the technology actually makes that happen in a decentralized model because it enables those collaboration efforts across the board. So I think that our workforces are going to become more and more distributed. What do I mean by that? There will be less and less people working at a company as full-time employees around the globe. Rather, companies will begin to realize that the way work will get done maybe through models of contractors or flex workers or other temp sources, a capability where that you can bring someone on to accomplish a specific task, goal, chore, idea, or project, and then let those folks move on to their next role or opportunity. You're advantaged as an organization without having to continue having that worker around, and the work will continue and get done in a way where that you can attract and get the best talent into the organization. You heard me mention a little bit earlier that we know that employees really aren't recognized anymore for hoarding information. Rather, they're valued for how they share information with the team, with their company, with their coworkers, with the world. We also know that 74% of executives are telling us that the actual collaborative tools that they have in place in their organizations are increasing that speed to access and to knowledge. We also know that that same 86% of executives will tell you that people who aren't good at collaborating or have ineffective communication skills are at a greater risk of having a workplace failure. We also know that this whole idea of collaboration drives operational and strategic performance. More than half of executives tell us that this idea of collaboration is important both for strategic and operational outcomes. And we also know that we're seeing more and more use of team spaces with collaborative built-in technologies. And we know this because of what has recently happened in the pandemic, where we all had to use these team spaces and built-in collaborative tools and technologies even more frequently. So while we're all tired of being zoomed around and being zoomed out and all those types of things related to this, it's not going to change. We're going to see probably a slightly less reliance on Zoom information skills and capabilities, but we've learned that we can get things done collaboratively through the use of technology. And so we're not going to ever fully evolve away from that. So what does this tell us? This tells us that as leaders, we have to think about then how we help people decompress. What do I mean by decompression? If you think about decompression and the way a diver surfaces underneath the surface of the water, and when a diver is under the water, they have a very focused view. They're most likely looking directly at what's in front of them. The peripheral vision is probably lessened or distorted. And they're focused on, again, the thing that's right in front of them. Very much like the way we've been focused on the Zoom screens in front of us for the last 3 years. Well, one of the things I believe that leaders will have to do in the future is actually help employees come out of those Zoom screens, to decompress, to come up to the surface and gain a view of the horizon in new and exciting ways, to help those employees understand what's important, what the actual outcomes and goals are for the organization, and be able to see what lies ahead. It's going to be very hard to see that if you're looking at the Zoom screen all day or looking forward. Instead, you have to come to the surface occasionally to decompress, to get a new view of the horizon and what's important for that particular business and its success. Now, we've thought a lot about this idea of decompression, and we know that leaders and managers have started to understand how to do this. We also know there's an idea that when employees do not decompress, there's a likelihood of loss of engagement, of burnout, and even some research is showing now that there's a tie to the mental health and welfare of the individual related to that. So that's the softer stuff, the things that are really there and that are really important. So this really helps us understand that leaders who can do that also really demonstrate softer skills like empathy and emotional intelligence. And we all know there's a strong connection between a leader's skill in emotional intelligence and their ability to attract, retain, and engage a viable and productive workforce under their leadership mantle. We also know that these, in addition to being very good at helping employees decompress and have high emotional intelligence scores, we know that future leaders are going to be needing to focus on communicative skill and capability. We know that for Generation Z in particular, a leader who's able to communicate very frequently with them regarding company goals, objectives, feedback, and performance, those leaders are most valued by younger generations in the workforce, and those communicative leadership skills are going to be even more important, both digitally and in person. So both generations, millennials and Generation Z, viewed communication as the most important future quality a leader can have, followed, of course, by being supportive and honest. So that means that this empathy and emotional intelligence skill and capability gets done even better if you also have the communication skills to make that happen. So empathy, just for definitional purposes, it's the capacity to share and understand the state of mind of another person. So in other words, being able to put yourself in their shoes. And emotional intelligence is actually the metric that measures and assesses that capability or that capacity in managers and leaders. The good news is there are great emotional intelligence testing tools out there. Most of them are free on the internet to help give you an idea of what emotional intelligence might be for you or for others in your organization. If you haven't ever had your emotional intelligence assessed, I suggest that you do that because it will help you understand what you're good at as a leader and in places where you might need to progress. So just a few key takeaways before I hand it back over to Peter. First, the digital natives, those younger generations of workers out there, they're restless. They're looking for us as leaders and managers and the future of companies and organizations to be good at the things that they're good at already. Those things include collaboration, skill and capability, leadership skill and capability, as well as the ability to put yourself into their shoes through emotional intelligence and other things related to empathy as well. We know that collaboration is the next big change in the world of work. Organizations who show the most collaborative skill and capability in accomplishing tasks are the ones who are going to have the greatest likelihood of being successful in the future. And we finally now know that leadership has to evolve in order to successfully engage tomorrow's workforce to aid organizations and companies for future success. So that concludes my presentation for today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and open the floor for any questions that I can offer to answer for any of you. Peter?
Thanks very much, Jim, for showing us what's going on in terms of the competencies and skills, and for sharing your outlook for the future, where the priorities are. It's interesting for many of us here who are, are already or will be entering the job market soon in different parts of the world. So it's definitely insightful. So let's open the floor to questions. We have some time for a couple of questions, so please go ahead. Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Good,
hello.
thank you. Thanks for your talk. I listened quite intently around the interaction. You spoke around sort of ability and emotional intelligence, which I think is very important in the workplace. But the one thing I'm struggling with is, I can see that from an engagement perspective and from communication and honesty, empathy. I think is a different facet. Yeah, I think that relies very much on experiential wisdom or experience in general. The question I have though is, where does all that sit with the ultimate decision making? So if you're a senior guy and you're making a decision around internationalization, where does IQ and EQ sit in that equation? Because for me, I'm then starting to think about Taran Khanna's work at Harvard Business School and Matt Cutts, and I hear what you say about the Goldman stuff on EQ, but for me, I'm thinking far more around contextual intelligence.
Yeah, I actually think about intelligence in 4 ways. And whenever I'm interviewing or adding people to my team, I look for these 4 types of intelligence. First is what I call core intelligence. So does the person have enough smarts to do the job? So too little intelligence is not good. And in many cases, too much intelligence is not good. I just want them to have enough core intelligence to do the job. So that's intelligence number 1. Intelligence number 2 for me is related to job or functional intelligence. So is this person an expert or has the potential to become an expert in their functional area or skill? So this is competency intelligence, so the capability to perform the job. The third one for me is emotional intelligence and all things related to that. And the fourth, and this one is growing in importance for me, primarily because of the younger generations coming into the workforce, I'm calling it cultural intelligence. So the ability to identify and understand how the work that they're doing or could possibly be doing in the future has an impact, not just on that particular organization, but on the greater ecosystem of the workplace. So in the industry, in the country, globally even, having that cultural context and a great global mindset is becoming more and more important. So those 4 intelligence areas I look for in every candidate I interview at every level. And if you're not good at one of those, it can potentially derail you from being hired, at least if I'm the hiring manager.
Can I just add the last one you added there, the sort of we, not me type phenomena, I normally refer to it as, has recently been sort of updated in Maslow's original hierarchy of needs. So that sort of external perspective and cultural alignment is now being updated in his original model.
It is, and actually, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm actually doing some of that work. So I quite like what Maslow had to say, and primarily he wasn't wrong, but the context, as you described earlier, has changed. So this whole idea of achieving self-actualization now, I think is still a reality. and it's still possible. But the factors in the climb up the traditional pyramid to get to that self-actualization certainly look a lot different than they did even 20 years ago.
Yeah, I just got one quick more question. I'm hogging the microphone here, sorry. But when you're looking at people coming into organizations, very much I think about this from a modeling perspective, and I think about IQ or qualification being largely a tick box exercise, and EQ is a developmental, but the ultimate decision-making stuff, I align much more, as I said, I use the term, contextual intelligence with looking at insight, hindsight, foresight. And I'm just wondering what you think about that, because I'm wondering whether that is represented by a sort of pyramidal type model, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or whether it should be an IQ, EQ sort of continuum with an overlay of contextual intelligence.
It could be any of those things. I like quite a lot how you think about that. And I believe that approach certainly is valid. I think of it slightly differently. I think of critical thinking skill and capability as something that is certainly underrepresented right now in most workplaces around the world. And unfortunately, critical thinking is both a native and a learned behavior. And we probably, because most of us were home for 2 years, we most likely missed out on some of the ability to develop and grow that particular skill amongst ourselves. And so I think we're going to have to redouble our efforts in the critical thinking skill and capability for the future. And how that fits in contextually with what you just described, as well as Maslow and other emotional intelligence and empathetic leadership approaches, I think remains to be seen. The good news is we're asking the right questions and are starting to see research now that suggests that we need to be thinking more about this than we have in the recent past.
Thank you. One last point. Sorry, I'm hogging it again. On the critical analysis stuff, one question I always ask people when I'm interviewing is, very often they'll come across and they'll say about something and they'll be very sort of into their own idea, and you don't want to call their baby ugly, but I always ask the Newtonian question, what's the downside? Where does this not work? Because we really need to guard against confirmation bias. And I've seen this so many times in companies where, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread out they've got, and they've been slaughtered in the competitive environment.
Yeah. I've never lived in that world of extreme optimism that you describe. So yeah, I tend to be more of a realist myself when it comes to those things. So for every upside, there's most likely also a downside, and being able to articulate both is important. So well said.
Questions? Yeah.
Hello, I am Emily. I am in the IB program as a second year. I want to follow up a question based on what you said about collaboration, that's going to be more of the future of work. Do you feel that performance metrics for future employees are going to change because of that? What's your opinion on that? Because previously it has always been, what are you bringing to the table? What are you going to close at the end of the year? So if it's going to be team-based and all the tools are team-based, so, how does it look like?
Yeah, competencies in general are going to continue to evolve. Think of how much they've evolved just in the last couple of years, right? As we think about what was important in an organization at any level 3 years ago versus what's important in an organization today, those things already look different. And because they look different, I think that continual evolution of performance must shift as well. My teaching is usually around the idea that performance cannot be separated from engagement, from feedback, from collaboration, or from any type of surveying that you do in an organization. And all of those things put together are part of the new model of how you view performance in an organization. So performance itself is no longer this standalone siloed thing in an organization. Instead, it's part of a larger continuum of engagement, feedback, continuity, and leadership. And I'm still honestly thinking about how to build all that in such a way that it becomes more fluid, and how to advise other companies and organizations to do that. But I know from talking to many young people who are entering the workforce that they don't view those things as siloed anymore. And so if that's the case, the competencies for how we think about performance and regard performance also must shift for the future. Your question is good because I don't quite know what the answer is, but we are doing a lot of thinking about how to advise other organizations around the world as they think about how to move performance forward as well. So I don't have the answer yet, but maybe by the next time I get over there, I'll have a better idea.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, then we would like to thank you, Jim, for your insights, for being with us.
Yep. So I think it is time to wrap up with our conference. Thank you for being here. I would like to really thank you, our guests, the executives, and the researchers that gave very interesting presentations and who took part in the debate. I would really like to also thanks to all the participants of the conference, both who attend here on site and who attend online. Thank you for being here. I'm convinced it was interesting for you, especially that I got some questions if the recording is available later on. So as soon as we have the recording, all the registered participants will get the information how to be able to listen once again to the parts that were especially insightful for you. So once again, thank you for being here. Yes, and that's the end of the conference. Thank you.